sa'yo kasi ko ay marinamay ng ikaw bigas wala ikaw sa iyong ang aming damdamin ang pag-iwasaya sa ito ay hanap ng piling ng pinamaya pag-iya ay kayang ibigay ang ikaw ang nila say
City of love and progress, college of hope and dreams.
You can now take your seats. Thank you. And extension. And the officer
Yesterday, we were able education resilience among learners. Dreams. In Las Piñas, dense urban environment that protecting. So when we say
Check mo.
We can identify which one is papers.
They end up being alienated. Checklist. Now let's go to the third theme, leading change. So this is evidence-based in educational governance. Leading change is not about being the loudest voice in the room. It is about making the right decisions for the right reasons, with the right people, especially when it is difficult. My sister used to tell me, be comfortable with being uncomfortable, because that's where learning starts. When you conquer that uncomfortability. Educational leaders today face at least 4 change tension: equity versus excellence, innovation versus safety, third, central standards versus local context, and fourth, speed versus sustainability. So, what does leading change look like concretely at the school and the system levels? That is one question I would like to leave you. Lead with the 3 C's: the compass, evidence, ethics, and empathy. Empathy is very important. Evidence, use data to prioritize. Ethics, protect privacy, avoid bias, ensure transparency. That's why in research, ethics committee are very important. And the third one is empathy. Remember, the learner is not just a statistic. The learner is a person. Build a culture of continuous improvement. Education could do the same. Learner experience surveys, parent trust measures, teacher workload indicators, and school climate dashboards. These are done not to police schools, but to support them. And we have the fourth one, embracing technology, not as a gadget, but as a governance. And this is our conference heartbeat: educational management and emerging technology. Let me say this clearly. Technology is not a goal. Technology is the tool governed by human values. We do not allow technology to run through our values. So what does it mean to embrace technology responsibly? Thank God for the light. And then there was light. Responsibly in education. So first, use technology to reduce blind spots. If we don't know where learners are struggling, we cannot help the learners. That's why we have research. We have surveys. We do not have this research to just bring glory to our name, but to help our system. Now, if you think otherwise, then I think you need to do a rain check. Technology early warning signals, attendance shifts, performance drops, and engagement indicators. So support can be deployed early. Second, use technology to amplify teaching, not replace it. I strongly believe that we cannot be replaced as professors, as teachers. And that makes us different from robots and AIs because we have critical thinking. We have empathy. AI can help with lesson planning, assessment feedback, and resource creation. But the teacher remains irreplaceable. A mentor, a guide, a moral anchor. These are things that AI cannot give us. Use technology to personalize learning at scale. When classrooms are crowded and resources are constrained, personalization becomes difficult. Emerging tools can support differentiated instruction if leaders provide trainings. I always believe in trainings. Number 4, use technology to strengthen collaboration. Hybrid conferences like this one. I am so blessed because after 28 years, our first research conference is an international one. It's all right, ma'am. Thank you. Let us build research clusters across institutions. Earlier, I was able to talk to Dr. Lysel, and we shared thoughts and said, let's collaborate. And that's what it is all about. We share data sets, methodologies, innovation pilots, publication pathways, and shared capacity building. ISEME exists exactly for this reason, to connect educational leaders, researchers, and technologists around solutions that respond to contemporary challenges in education. To make this speech practical, I offer a 6-point commitment we can adopt as institution, as a conference community. I call it nurture. And network our research efforts. That's why we are all here. You use community data to guide decisions. Or reframe leadership as service design. We do not do researches. We do not do networkings for compliance purposes. We do this to change the lives of our learners. T, trainers or educators for the age of AI. Yesterday, I would like to share this to you. Before the virtual started, me and Mr. Joselito Yu, the head of the extension, we had a hard time with our cameras. So I started calling my nephew, and he was still asleep. And I said, I badly need your help. And he woke up and said, yes, Baba, what is it all about? I said, I cannot open my camera. Help, help, help. And I said, take a pic of your laptop. So I took a picture of my laptop. He said, log it out. And said, I don't know where is the log out. Help, please. It's about to start. My nephew is there. He's a program head. And he said, Babang, I'll be sending you a picture of the picture that you sent me, a screenshot, and I will encircle the X. And sent me the picture. There was a big X on my right, and he encircled that, and he said, that is the log out. Log it off so you can access your camera. And then I stopped and I realized I am the Vice President for Quality Research and Extension, and at the same time OIC. But I have to ask help from my nephew for things like this. And we should be forgiving. Our age, we are not experts on technology, but it's okay to ask. That will not make you a lesser human being or a lesser leader if you ask. So, we need to train educators for the age of AI. I need to attend one. You upgrade feedback loops and accountability. We need to have feedbacks. Not only because we want to feel good about ourselves, we want to know what's wrong with the way we think, with the way we lead. And when we see negative comments, that is fine. Being a leader is being in a lonely place. But you have to evolve. Or resource the reforms we demand. We must fund, support teacher development, and sustain research partnerships. E, evaluate impact and scale what works. Measure, refine, and expand. And so, ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about inspiring minds, we are talking about a learner who needs one. When we talk about leading change, we are talking about the courage to reform systems that were built yesterday. When we talk about embracing technology, we are talking about using our tools to humanize education, not mechanize it. And when we talk about nurturing research collaboration, we are talking about rejecting isolation, alienation, choosing community, choosing partnership, choosing shared responsibility. The future of education will not be decided by technology alone. It will be decided by leadership, ethical leadership, that is, by research, relevant research, by collaboration, authentic collaboration, and by our willingness to act beyond conference halls. So let us leave ISEME not only with proceedings and certificates, but with partnerships, pilot projects, and practical commitments. Let us nurture research, collaboration. Let us inspire minds. Let us lead change. And let us embrace technology with wisdom. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you for the warm welcome, Dr. Solon, which have perfectly set the tone for our program and for sharing such an inspiring and insightful message. And now, it is with great respect and admiration to introduce a leader whose vision and dedication have profoundly shaped the academic landscape of our city. As the president of Dr. Philemon C. Aguilar Memorial College of Las Piñas, he has championed the mission of providing accessible, high-quality education to those who need it most. Today, he joins us to share a powerful narrative of hope and tenacity with his keynote address, Unlocking Potential, celebrating the resilience of poor but deserving students in a local college. His leadership serves as a testament to the belief that financial barriers should never be the ceiling of a student's ambition. Please join me in welcoming a true advocate to transformative education and social mobility, Dr. Mark Anthony J. Gusto. But on behalf of Dr. Gusto, we have our research head of Dr. Philemon C. Aguilar Memorial College of Las Piñas. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Harold Cristobal.
To our college leaderships, administration, faculty and staff, our partners and benefactors, proud parents and guardians, and most especially, our students. Thank you for allowing me to share this moment with you. But before I start, let me greet you a pleasant morning to all. Today, we gather under a title that is not only inspiring but deeply human. Unlocking potential, celebrating the resilience of poor but deserving students in a local college. Let me begin with a simple truth. In every classroom, there are silent victories that rarely makes it to the headlines. A student who arrives early because home is too crowded to study. A student who stay late because the library is the only quiet place. A student who smiles in class while carrying worries that no syllabus can measure. And yet, they persist. They persist not because life is easy, but because hope is stronger than hardships. So today, we do not merely applaud academic achievement. We honor resilience, celebrate endurance. We affirm that poverty is not lack of talent. It is lack of options. And education is how we create option. Next. So the first topic that we would like to emphasize is the reality behind resilience. Why this matters now? So resilience is not born in comfort. It is forged under pressure. Our summit reminds us the community like ours are dynamic, growing, dense, and constantly stretching the capacity of local services. We are not speaking of the abstract society. We are speaking about the real neighborhoods and the households where education completes with daily survival. Consider this reality. A large portion of the community is school age. Young people who pursue futures depends on the schools, family, and communities can provide. That means our colleges do not serve a small segment. We serve the backbone of tomorrow's workforce, leadership, and civic life. And as the population grows, demands multiplies. More learners, more classrooms are needed. More teachers are needed. More scholarship supports. More guidance services. More mental health supports. More accessible learning tools. In short, the pressure is real. Next slide, please. And the pressure sadly often lands hardest on the shoulders of people with low incomes, but deserving students. When we say poor but deserving, we are not labeling. We acknowledge an even starting line. Some students begin the race with a stable incomes, devices, tutors, and quiet rooms. Others begins with part-time work, shared phones, long commutes, and responsibilities at home. Yet, many still find their ways to college through grit, sacrifice, and faith. That is resilience. Another part of my speech is all about the local history of striving. Education as the community of promise. There is a historical pattern that runs through the communities like ours. As cities develop and the urban lives intensifies, education becomes more essential and more difficult. It points to an important shift in governance and planning towards evidence-based approaches like the community-based monitoring systems, which helps communities identify needs more accurate and target supports more responsibly. Why does it matter for a local college? Simply because When a community begins to measure its realities honestly, when it identifies who is vulnerable, where the gaps are, and what families are experiencing, education can respond with precision instead of guesswork. If we know which communities face greater economic strength, we can strengthen scholarship targeting. If we know which household struggles with access to learning resources, we can improve campus support systems. If we understand patterns behind students' dropout and delayed completion, we can intervene earlier before a dream collapses. So our local history is not merely one of hardships. It is also a history of adaptation, a community learning how to see itself clearly so it can serve its people better. And the local college stands as the center of that promise. We exist to turn community potential into human capability. Next slide. So the third topic is all about what poverty can take and what education must return. So poverty can take many forms. It can take time because students must work. It can take confidence because students can feel left behind. It can take energy because worry is exhausting. It can take focus because survival demands attention. But education must return what poverty threatens to steal: opportunity, voice, dignity, and directions. Next slide. So this is where we must be careful. If we only praise resilience, we may accidentally romanticize struggle. We must never imply the suffering is required for success. Resilience should be more, not be more, requirement. Resilience should be the response as we, as institution, should reduce the need for it whenever we can. So yes, we celebrate resilient students, but we also commit to building a college environment where students do not have to carry their burdens alone. The next topic is all about the real meaning of unlocking potential. So what it is? So unlocking potential is to remove barriers. Potential is not unlocked by speeches alone. Systems unlock potential, and by the people inside systems who choose compassion over convenience, support over judgment, and investment over indifference. So let me share with you 4 commitments that the local college can uphold to truly unlock potentials for poor but deserving students. Number 1 is access. That's not symbolic, but practical. If tuition is a wall, scholarship must be the doors. If transportation is a barrier, we explore allowances, flexible schedules, or hybrid supports. If learning materials are expensive, we strengthen open educational resources, lending programs, and library access. Access is not simply admission into college. Access is the ability to remain in college. Next is the support. Support that is proactive, not reactive. We often help what students are already falling. But what if we design support early? Early alerts, advising check-ins, peer mentoring, bridge programs, study skills clinics, mental health supports, academic coaching. And when students struggle, it should not take a crisis for the institution to notice. Next is belonging. Belonging that is not intentional, not accidental. Many students can pass exam but feels unseen. Poor but deserving students may carry shames that never talk about. They said, I don't have what others have. Others said, I might not fit in. Others said, I might not last. Belonging is created when faculty stops communicate. When a faculty said, you belong here. Your story matters. Your background is not weakness, it is a source of strength. Belongingness is created when student services are welcoming, when classrooms are psychologically safe, and when success is celebrated without comparison. Next is pathways. Pathways are flexible, not fragile. Life happens. Work schedules change. Family emergencies happens. Health issues appear. A resilient student should not lose a degree because life became complicated for one semester. Flexible pathways include work-study options, evening or weekend schedules, modular completions, micro-credentials, internships aligned with earning, support for students who stop and return. We must build pathways where one disruption does not end an entire future. The next topic is all about resilience in action, what our students teach us. To our students, our resilience teaches the entire institutions. You teach us for the perseverance is not loud. It can be quiet and consistent. Showing up, submitting work, trying again after failure. Asking for help when pride say don't. You teach us the dreams do not require perfect circumstances. They required persistent courage. And courage showed up in many forms. Choosing school over an easy income. Choosing discipline over despair. Choosing hope when you have every reason to be afraid. Some of you are first generation college student. Some of you carries family on your shoulders. Some of you are balancing work and study. Some of you are surviving storms that others will never see. And yet, you are here. That is not ordinary. That is heroic. But again, heroism should not be the price of education. So this celebration must also be a responsibility. Next topic is all about a call to our community college turning praise into practice. Now, to our administrators, faculty, staff, and partners. Let us turn admiration into action. If we truly believe in unlocking potentials, let us not ask, what policies make it harder for people with low incomes who deservingly to succeed? What processes unintentionally shame students? What requirements assumes privilege? What support systems exist only on paper? And most importantly, what we can do starting this week to make the students' survival less difficult. So here are the 6 practical actions of a local college can champion. Number 1, expand scholarship and emergency assistance. Not every need is a tuition need. Some are food needs, transport needs, printing needs, project needs, and emergency needs. A small fund can prevent a big dropout. Number two is for us to strengthen academic support hubs. Tutoring, writing supports, math clinics, study labs, not as punishment, but as empowerment. Number three, building mentorship ecosystems. Faculty mentoring, alums mentoring, peer mentoring, community mentoring. When students have someone to consult, they persist longer. Number four, normalize help-seeking and mental health support. Resilient students sometimes suffer silently. Let us build a culture that says asking for help is not a weakness. It is a wisdom. Partner with the community and industry for work, study, and internship. For student must work, let work contribute to learning and not to destroy it. Create structured support opportunities. And the last, use data ethically to identify support needs early. It emphasizes how community-based monitoring and feedback systems can guide targeted planning. In the same spirit, colleges can use ethical privacy, respecting data to detect early risk of signals. Attendance dip, course repetition patterns, financial holes, and advising gaps. So these are the things that we need to intervene before the students disappear. So ladies and gentlemen, the future does not belong only for those who born into comfort. The futures must also belong to those who fought for their education. The poor but deserving student is not a charity case. The poor but deserving student is an investment. An investment that returns as a teacher, an engineer, a nurse, an entrepreneur, a public servant, a parent who changes a family trajectory, and the last, as citizens who build the nation. When we unlock one student's potentials, we unlock the potentials of entire household, the entire community, and the entire generation. So today, we celebrate resilience, but tomorrow, we strengthen our support. We improve systems, we widen pathways, we build belonging. Because resilience is beautiful, but justice is better. And education is where justice becomes real. To our students, we see you. We believe in you. We are proud of you. And we are committed to walking with you, not just applauding you from a distance. To everyone here, let us make our local college a place where poverty is not destiny, but where being deserving but not proven through suffering, but recognize true potentials. Unlocking potentials begin with one decision: to make education not only accessible, but truly achievable. Maraming salamat. Thank you, and may continue to honor resilience by building a better community worthy for our students' courage. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cristobal, for the profound and visionary tone for all of us. At this time, it is a profound honor to introduce our session chair for this segment of this summit. A dedicated educator and scholar, currently serve as an assistant professor too at Pangasinan State University, Philippines, where she has consistently championed academic excellence and innovative pedagogical practices. With her extensive background in both science and education, she brings a wealth of expertise and a discerning eye to our discussions on educational management and emerging technologies. We are privileged to have her guidance as she moderates the upcoming presentations and facilitates a rigorous intellectual exchange. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Annalyn S. Idio Diola, Master of Science, licensed professional teacher, and Doctor of Philosophy.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I am Ayin Jola. I am from Pangasinan State University. So, thank you, Dr. Philemon C. Aguilar Memorial College of Las Piñas. I am surprised that I need to give a speech as a session chair because normally in a research conference, a session chair will just sit there and do all of those scrutinizing all of those presentations. So good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed conference delegates, organizers, keynote speakers, the officials of Dr. Philemon Aguilar College, researchers, administrators, presenters, and all of the participants on-site and online. It is my great honor and privilege to stand as your session chair for the sessions of the 4th International Summit on Education Management and Emerging Technology. On behalf of the organizers, I warmly welcome everyone on this meaningful academic gathering dedicated for advancing research, innovation, leadership, and technology integration in education. This summit is timely platform for all of us, educators, school leaders, and policy makers, researchers, technology advocates, to share our ideas, evidence-based practices that respond to evolving needs of our educational institutions. In this age of digital transformation, education is no longer confined with the traditional methods of instruction and management. Emerging technologies, artificial intelligence, learning management systems, digital assessment tools, flexible learning platforms, data-driven decision-making are shaping how we teach, how we lead, how we assess, and sustain quality education, and excellent quality. And however, as we embrace innovations, we are also reminded that technology must serve a greater educational purpose. It must promote inclusive learning, ethical leadership, I must emphasize on that, institutional efficiency so that there will be no ARTA cases, students' engagement, teacher empowerment, as pointed out by our president earlier, and lifelong learning, as this is now the advocacy of the Commission of Higher Education. And educational management and emerging technology must therefore work together to create learning environments that are responsive, equitable, as pointed out by the research head, and that is resilient and future ready. So as your session chair, I am pleased to facilitate where our presenters will share their research, studies, professional insights of the participants, and innovative practices. As much as possible, we encourage everyone to do their research, and each presentation will represent a valuable contribution in continuing the course of an educational transformation. Through this work, we hope that we gain our deeper understanding on how institutions can improve governance, strengthen teaching and learning, enhance the quality assurance, and maximize responsive use of technology in education. To our presenters, we recognize your dedication, your intellectual effort, your commitment, that you have invested in your respective papers and studies. Your research output is not just an academic contribution, but also a practical responses to the challenges and opportunities that you face in your own educational institution. To our participants, I highly encourage that you listen actively, reflect critically, and engage constructively, please. And let the session be the venue for meaningful academic exchange, professional collaboration, and generation of new ideas that may be applied in our respective schools, universities, and communities, our stakeholders. So, before we proceed, allow me to briefly remind you and everyone that each presenter will have only 10 minutes. Okay? So you only have 10 minutes, and after all of the presentation, we'll proceed with an open forum where questions, comments, scholarly feedback are welcome and you may be raised them. So kindly request our presenters to observe our time limit, please. And we could limit some, we could also provide equal opportunities for everyone to contribute. So at this point, may I introduce the first speaker, the first presenter, I should say. The presentation will be from Ms. Manilyn Mananap on the topic navigating the path to teaching excellence, challenges and coping strategies of pre-service teachers, developing professional confidence. So where is our presenter? Oh, there you go.
Okay, so good morning. So I will be the very first presenter for our second day, um, for the second day of our fourth International Summit on Educational Management and Emerging Technology. So my title is about navigating the path to teaching excellence, challenges and coping strategies of pre-service teachers, and developing professional competence. Okay, so yours truly is the existing program head of the College of Teacher Education at Central Philippine State University, Hinigran Campus, and also serve as the campus coordinator of CPSU Valladolid Extension class. Yours truly has already been in the field of teaching for 17 years and has an active involvement in research publication. With existing patent application and was recently recognized as one of the outstanding peer reviewer in an international multidisciplinary journal. So uh, may you please bear with me until the end of my presentation. Next slide, please. So for the abstract, so the study aimed to explore the challenges and coping strategies of pre-service teachers at CPSU Hinigran campus during the academic year 2024 to 2025. Specifically, it identified the challenges they faced, examined the strategies they used, and assessed how effective these strategies in supporting their professional growth. Using a qualitative approach, with interpretative research designed by Ramawati 2008, the data were collected through focus group discussions and interviews. The results revealed four main themes: the classroom management and confidence, preparation and time management, communication skills and anxiety, and lesson planning and engagement. The pre-service teachers used coping strategies such as regulation and positive self-talk, goal setting and task management, preparation and practice, and seeking support and feedback. These strategies help improve their emotional resilience, confidence, and teaching skills. Overall, the study showed that while challenges affected their confidence and effectiveness, the coping strategies they employed were successful in overcoming these difficulties, leading to greater efficacy and better teaching practices. It was recommended that these strategies be incorporated into teacher education programs with faculty acting as mentors. Future researchers were suggested to explore the long-term effects of these strategies on teacher development. Next slide, please. So in the rural villages of Hinigaran Negros Occidental Philippines, there exists a group of determined individuals who yearn to break free from the shackles of poverty through education. These students hail from impoverished families, where access to quality education has been a distant dream. However, their resilience and determination to uplift their quality of life have led them to seek opportunities in education. The Central Philippine State University campus, a public institution, has emerged as a beacon of hope for these students, providing them with a platform to learn and grow. So the objectives of the study, the first one is to identify the challenges pre-service teachers encountered for the development of their professional competence. The second one is to investigate the coping strategies used by pre-service teachers to overcome these challenges. And the third one is to determine the effectiveness of the strategies in fostering professional growth of pre-service teachers. So for the methodology, this study employed a qualitative method using interpretative research design by Ramawati 2008. So there were 8 pre-service teachers participants selected based on inclusion criteria. So data were analyzed using deductive or priori coding. For the ethical considerations, participants were respected and protected following fairness, beneficence, and justice, treated everyone fairly and ethically. Got consent from all participants who agreed voluntarily, informed participants about their rights, including the right to withdraw anytime without penalty. Considered pre-service teachers at CPSC Hinigaran campus as not vulnerable. Ensured that there was no power imbalance between the researcher and the participant. Kept the participants' privacy and confidentiality secure. Made participants' identities anonymous. And stored all data safely to protect personal information. Next slide. Thank you. So the first objective is on the challenges encountered by pre-service teachers for the development of their professional competence. The first theme that has emerged was classroom management and confidence. Many pre-service struggle with handling classroom behavior and gaining confidence in managing students effectively. So the emergence of classroom management and confidence as a key theme implies that supporting pre-service teachers in developing effective behavior management strategies and boosting their self-assurance is crucial for their professional growth. So according to Shane, I found it difficult to handle classroom behavior. Sometimes students didn't listen and I didn't know how to control the class as well. So the second theme that has emerged is preparation in time management. Pre-service teachers often face challenges with planning lessons, managing tasks, and organizing their time efficiently. Preparation and time management as a key theme implies that fostering strong planning and organizational skills is crucial for professional growth of pre-service teachers. Developing effective lesson planning, prioritizing tasks, and managing time efficiently can reduce stress, enhance instructional quality, and build confidence. According to Ben, I found it hard to manage my time well. Sometimes I had too many tasks and struggled to finish everything on time. The third theme was on communication skills and anxiety. Nervousness about speaking, explaining, and communicating ideas clearly affects their confidence and ability to lead the discussions. It implies that targeted training in communication skills and anxiety reduction techniques is essential to help pre-service teachers build confidence effectively, engage students and colleagues. According to Pinky, I was nervous about speaking in front of students. I worried I wouldn't explain things clearly enough. And the last challenge that has emerged was lesson planning and engagement. Difficulty in designing, engaging, and effective lessons for diverse learners impacts their confidence in teaching. They suggested that providing pre-service teachers with practical strategies and support for designing inclusive and engaging lessons is vital to enhance their teaching confidence and effectiveness. So Anne stated, I had trouble planning lessons that suited all my students. I wasn't sure how to make my lessons engaging and effective for everyone. But after the challenges they were able to experience, they have their coping strategies. The first coping that they have is self-regulation and positive talk. The, it was the first theme for for coping strategies used by pre-service teachers. Many pre-service teachers employ strategies that involve managing their own emotions, which is very important, building resilience, and fostering a positive mindset. Techniques such as deep breathing, self compassion, and positive affirmations help them handle anxiety, nervousness, and setbacks, enabling them to stay motivated and confident. So it implies that incorporating self regulation and self positive talk trains them to prepare programs that could enhance their emotional resilience and overall effectiveness in the classroom. Gray stated that I practice giving myself positive affirmations and remind myself that everyone make mistakes and each one is a step toward becoming a better teacher. The second theme that has emerged is goal setting and task management. Pre-service teachers often face feelings of being overwhelmed, so they adopt practical strategies like breaking tasks into smaller steps and setting achievable goals. This helps them stay organized and focused and reduces anxiety related to workload and performance. This suggested that incorporating goal setting and task management strategies into teacher preparation programs can enhance pre-service teachers' organization, resilience, and overall well-being in their professional development. Ben stated, when I feel overwhelmed with tasks, I try to break my work into smaller, manageable steps and focus on completing one thing at a time. So the next is the preparation and practice. The third theme that has emerged was preparation and practice in order to for their confidence and their communication in as well as in classroom management skills. Pre-service teachers engage in preparation and practice, rehearsing their instructions, practicing speaking, and studying classroom management techniques help them feel more prepared and less anxious. This indicated that emphasizing the importance of thorough preparation and practice in teacher training can significantly boost pre-service teachers' confidence and reduce anxiety in their teaching experience. Pinky stated, before speaking in front of my students, I practice what I want to say in front of a mirror with a friend or with a friend to boost my confidence and reduce my nervousness. And the last coping strategies is seeking support and feedback. Recognizing the importance of learning from others, pre-service teachers actively seek feedback from mentors, peers, or experienced teachers. They also look for resources and advice to improve their teaching practices, which help them feel more competent and confident over time. This implies that fostering a supportive learning environment and providing ongoing mentorship can significantly enhance pre-service teachers' professional growth and confidence. According to Carl, I ask for feedback from a mentor or from my peers after every classes so I can learn what I am doing. I so I can learn if I'm doing well and identify areas to improve. So this one explains. So this one explains the effectiveness of the strategies employed by pre-service teachers. So the first coping strategy is on self-regulation and self-talk. This strategy helped pre-service teachers develop resilience and maintaining a positive mindset. By practicing self-compassion and affirmations, they became more confident in facing challenges and setbacks, which contributed to their emotional stability and persistence. The second coping strategy is the goal setting and task management. This approach enabled the pre-service teachers to manage feelings of being overwhelmed, breaking tasks into smaller parts and setting achievable goals to improve their organizational skills and boosted their confidence, leading to more consistent progress. So, engaging in preparation and practicing their delivery made pre-service teachers feel more confident in their teaching and communication skills. These strategies reduced anxiety and helped them handle classroom situations more effectively. For goal setting and task management, regularly seeking feedback and resources fostered continuous learning and self-improvement. It increased their self-awareness, helped identify strengths and areas for growth, and enhanced their confidence as future educators. So for the conclusion, to the identified challenges faced by pre-service teachers directly affect their confidence, instructional effectiveness, and overall professional development. However, the coping strategies of self-regulation, goal setting, preparation, and seeking feedback have have proven to be effective in addressing these challenges, fostering emotional resilience, enhancing self-efficacy, and promoting continuous growth. These strategies not only empower pre-service teachers to overcome their difficulties, but also to translate into improved teaching practices and more positive learning environments for their students. Consequently, supporting pre-service teachers in adopting these coping mechanisms is essential for their professional success and for cultivating effective, confident educators who can meet diverse needs of their learners. It was also recommended that campus administrators and program heads consider integrating training on these coping strategies into teacher education curricula, emphasizing their role in professional development. Also, the faculty of the College of Teacher Education should serve as mentor, encouraging pre-service teachers to adapt these approaches through modeling and guidance. Pre-service teachers themselves are encouraged to actively practice and refine these strategies to enhance readiness and confidence. Future researchers may explore longitudinal studies to assess the sustained impact of these coping strategies that could provide deeper insights into their long-term effectiveness. So overall, fostering a supportive learning environment that emphasizes these strategies can contribute significantly to the development of competent, confident, and resilience of future educators. Before I end, let me leave you a message from Mark Van Doren. The art of teaching is the art of assisting discovery. So thank you, and once again, good morning.
Hello? Hello? Hello. Okay. Thank you very much. Uh, Dr. Mananap, Dr. Mananap's study is a research presentation with highly commendable and meaningful contribution to teacher education, honestly. And it has effectively captured realities, diba? Challenges and struggles and the resilience of our pre-service teachers. That's why uh, our Filipino teachers are the best because pre-service pa lang talaga, they really find it a niche for them to really go into that reality of teaching. So with that, congratulations, Dr. Mananap.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
So, moving on to our next presenter, we have Ma'am Joanne May Escobar on entrepreneurial competencies of Payao public market vendors. So let's give it a hand for Miss Escobar.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. So the title of my research is Entrepreneurial Competencies of Payao Public Vendors. So did you know the song Dan Dan Soy? Dan Dan Soy, mapuli na ikaw. That's the Ilonggo song originated from Barangay Payao, Negros Occidental. So that's the venue of my study. So I am Dr. Joanne May Escobar, an educator, academic administrator, and advocate of sustainable agriculture, currently serving as director for the International Affairs and Linkages Office of Central Philippine State University and campus administrator of Central Philippine State University, Marcia Extension Class. So as an agriculturist by profession, she earned her degree in agribusiness, public administration, and technology management, and is currently pursuing her second doctorate degree, a doctor in public administration. She is a licensed agriculturist, an active advocate of internationalization, innovation, and sustainable agriculture, contributing to programs and initiatives that strengthen global partnerships, community development, and inclusive and sustainable practices in higher education. For the abstract of my study, so this study assesses the entrepreneurial competencies of vendors of Payao Public Market in Binalbagan, Negros Occidental, Philippines. So a quantitative descriptive correlation research design was utilized involving 60 randomly selected vendors. Data were gathered through a structured questionnaire adapted from an established entrepreneurial competency framework and analyzed using frequency, percentage, mean, standard deviation, ANOVA, and person correlation. To find that vendors generally exhibited high level of entrepreneurial competencies, particularly in egoistic passion, risk-taking, innovativeness, and goal setting. However, lower levels were observed in patience and self-efficacy, indicating challenges in long-term planning and confidence. So results further showed no significant difference in competencies when grouped according to demographic profile, suggesting consistency across respondents. So the study highlights the need for targeted interventions such as training in financial literacy, business planning, entrepreneurial development. So these findings contribute to localized research on rural and entrepreneurship and support inclusive economic growth initiatives aligned with the national and global development goal. So this is the situation of Payao Public Market every Saturday morning. So those farmers and those small vendors from from the mountainous area of Himamaylan City in Negros Occidental. So they traveled around 10 to 20 kilometer just to sell their products. And yung mode of transportation po nila is kabayo. So that's triggered me to conduct this study because I asked myself one day nung nag-market ako doon kasi yung bahay namin is just 15 minutes away from that market. Doon kami nagbabay ng murang meat during Saturday. I asked the vendor, so you travel around 20 kilometer and you paid sa kabayo ng around 600 pesos. So, makaka-earn pa ba kayo? So they just smiled and look at me and said, we have no choice. We don't have other means na na may bentahan ng mga produkto namin. So that's why I asked permission to the local executive of the Payao Public Market to conduct this study. So Payao Public Market are essential economic hubs in rural communities providing livelihood and ensuring food access. So the Payao Public Market in Binalbagan, Negros Occidental serves as a central trading area where vendors from nearby barangays and mountainous areas convenes, especially during weekly market days, creating a dynamic and competitive business environment. So despite their importance, rural vendors face challenges such as limited capital, unstable demand, lack of training, and minimal exposure to modern business practices. So these conditions highlight the need to strengthen their entrepreneurial competencies. So this study aligned with the ambition natin 2040 in support the SDG 1, 8 and 12 promoting poverty reduction, economic growth, and sustainable practices. However, existing research mainly focuses on urban enterprises leaving a gap in understanding rural informal market vendors. So there are limited evidence on their entrepreneurial competencies, demographic influences, and business sustainability. So thus, this study assists the entrepreneurial competencies of public market vendors to provide a basis for targeted interventions and capacity building programs. So the result of my study, I plan to forward it to the Municipality of Binalbagan in the local chief executive of that barangay. So for the theoretical framework, the study anchored to entrepreneurial competency theory of David C. McClelland in 1970. McClelland was a psychologist who focused on the role of competencies in motivations and entrepreneurship and identified the key traits that differentiate successful entrepreneurs from others. So his work laid on the foundation of understanding how certain competencies can influence entrepreneurial success. So this theory suggests that entrepreneurial success is not just based on the entrepreneur's knowledge or skills, but also on their competencies. So for the statement of the problem, this study aims to assess the level of entrepreneurial competencies among Payao Public Market and Municipality of Binalbagan, Negros Occidental. So specifically, it seeks to answer the following. So what are the demographic profile of the respondents in terms of age, sex, highest educational attainment, length of business operation, and years of business experience? What is the level of entrepreneurial competencies of the respondents in terms of need for achievement, locus of control, tolerance of ambiguity, and demographic profile? And risk-taking, compensity, egoistic passion, goal-setting, innovativeness, trustworthiness, patience, self-efficacy, emotional stability, and resilience. So is there a significant difference in the entrepreneurial competencies among respondents when grouped according to their demographic profile? So this is the one who give me an interest to conduct this study because I am a licensed agriculturist. And I noticed those farmer in the mountainous area, wala talagang profit sa kanilang ginagawa in farming. So especially for these small market vendors, how can they earn if they spend 600 pesos just for the transportation sa kabayo? Paano na lang yung earnings nila? And at the same time, in that market, ang dami nila. Mauubos pa after the market day. Parang yung ganun yung interest ko to conduct this study. So for the methodology, The design is quantitative research using standardized closed-ended survey questionnaire with Likert scale for statistic analysis. So for the local, Municipality of Binalbagan, Negros Occidental, in the respondents, 60 market vendors selected as key informants, and for the sampling, simple random sampling. Adapted the checklist questionnaire, and it has two parts, demographics and entrepreneurial competencies. For the data analysis, frequency in percentage, standard deviation, and ANOVA. For the results and discussion, majority of the respondents were female, 56% in age 41 to 50 years old, and high school graduates, 38%. So, for the information of everybody, some of the market vendors now, nag-establish ako ng isang store, maliit na store para sa parent ko, para yung ibang product po ng mga market vendors sa Payao ay makuha every Saturday. So they are now the supplier of banana and avocado and the small store of my mother. So most had more than 5 years of business experience, 55%, and had operated their business for over 5 years, 60%, indicating familiarity with entrepreneurship. Alam po nila paano magbenta. Pero those strategies, entrepreneurial competencies, vendors exhibited strong entrepreneurial competencies with the overall mean of 4.14. Highest competencies, egoistic passion, 4.4, risk-taking, propensity, 4.37, innovativeness, 4.25, and goal setting, 4.16. Lowest competencies, patience, 3.45. Talaga naman, yung pasensya talaga, yung kulang mostly sa mga vendors. And self-efficacy, 3.65, suggesting challenges with long-term planning and confidence in handling obstacles. So for the compensity dimension, the need for achievement, high motivation to complete tasks and reach goals. So for the locus of control, respondents believe effort and determination influence outcomes. For the tolerance of ambiguity, vendors can manage uncertainty and adapt creativity. For the resilience and emotional stability, generally strong, enabling coping with business challenges. For the trustworthiness and innovativeness, high indicating reliability and ability to improve business operation. For the influence of demographic factors, no significant difference in entrepreneurial competencies were found across age, sex, educational attainment, business experience, or length of business operation. This suggests that entrepreneurial competencies are generally consistent among vendor population regardless of the background of experience. And for the conclusion, the findings indicate that while vendors demonstrate strong entrepreneurial competencies, particularly in the areas such as egoistic passion, risk-taking, and goal setting, which reflect a high level of drive and commitment to their businesses, there are observable gaps in patience and self-efficacy. In the result, patience scored the lowest, indicating that most vendors are less comfortable with waiting for long-term returns, preferring quicker profits. It highlights the need for targeted interventions to improve this competency. So this suggests that while the vendors are highly motivated, they need to focus more on long-term business strategies and practices to sustain growth. The results also suggest that despite vendors' experience, some competencies like patience and self-efficacy remain underdeveloped, which could impact long-term business success. So that would be all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Escobar. It is really a sympathetic study that you thought of local farmers. And this study is practical, relevant, and meaningful. Who else will think of our farmers and apply something, some research database that is to address a simple problem of our farmers? And I really appreciate it. I was wondering when I got your title, I want to rephrase it. Please consider putting it as like a basis for intervention, something like that.
Yes.
So that, yeah, so that it will make sense because you did it.
Yeah.
You had interventions already and you are planning to submit it to the LGU. So you rephrase your title and put the colon and then a basis for intervention, something like that. So,
Noted, ma'am.
yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Escobar. So moving on.
Thank you,
Para
ma'am.
mabilis- Yes, thank you. Para mabilis tayo. Our next presenter is Sir Harold D. Cristobal and on the research entitled Sport Experiences of Teacher Coaches as Levers for Advancing Contemporary Trends in Physical Education. So let's welcome Sir Harold D. Cristobal. Oh, I'm sorry. Mayroon pa palang isa. Sorry. Oh, yes, sorry. We have, okay. Take two. So take two. We have Dr. Jonathan Alfonso A. Comilang for his presentation on the financial literacy as a core competence in nonprofit leadership and education. I'm sorry. Let's all welcome Dr. Jonathan Alfonso Comilang.
Sir Ricky, pasuyo po ng first slide. Okay. Good morning, of course. Good morning, Sir John Michael Priya, our moderator, Dr. Joanne Christine Solon, Conference Chair, Dr. Corazon Palamique, one of the panel of reactors, to my esteemed colleagues and co-presenters, and of course to Academia Research Lab for being our partner. Sir, pwede po sa next slide. Ayun. So, good morning again. I am Mr. Jonathan A. Kumilang. So, I will humbly present our research paper titled Financial Literacy as Core Competency in Nonprofit Leadership Education. Of course, together with my co-authors, Dr. Deo B. Cristobal and Professor Irish Aguilar Villanueva. So for the biography, no, with all humility, I have a degree on a Doctor of Philosophy, major in business management, and I am now the program head for marketing management. And at the same time, I'm a faculty and teaches business subject, some financial management subject, and of course, marketing management subjects. Sir Ricky for the abstract na po. So the study investigates financial literacy as a core competency for nonprofit leadership education in community college contexts. So with the respondents, no, of 408, we use a comparative correlation of design. It assessed 4 determinants: financial knowledge or financial awareness, of course, education, socialization agents, and money attitudes across 4 literacy dimension knowledges: decision-making, application, and behavior. Findings show high literacy, high overall literacy with decision-making as its strongest, and highlight that many attitudes most strongly correlate with practical application and behavior. So for the tau, it's equals 0.660 and 0.640, wherein the value is less than 0.01. So confirming that disciplined saving, impulse control, and calibrated risk-taking anchor stewardship behaviors. Timely, disciplined saving, impulse control, and calibrated risk-taking anchor. So it's accurate record keeping, and prudent provider comparisons, which is Kendall-Taube correlation, was used to measure the strength and direction of association between two rank variables, and of course, to eliminate bias. Sir Ricky, next slide po. So, for the introduction, so nonprofit organization depends on leaders who can plan, allocate, and account for resources with integrity in practice. This means translating a mission into a budget, making prudent decisions under uncertainty, and maintaining transparent records to sustain public trust, while general students' financial literacy is widely studied. Its direct alignment with nonprofit leaderships, specifically the behavior that underpin fiduciary stewardship, remains underdeveloped in both research and curricula. The study positions financial literacy, thought as stewardship, as a practical compass for navigating organizational uncertainty. Anyway, we chose this study because we think this is very timely since prices are spiking up. Almost all commodities prices are spiking up, and we do not know when it will get down or when it will be stable. And of course, this is also to help bridge the gap between classroom theory and industry practice. Sir Ricky, next slide po. Thank you, Sir Ricky. So this research employed a comparative correlational design to examine the profiles of 408 students at community-based public college in urban Philippines. Context: we use a stratified random sampling procedure to ensure representation across year levels and specializations. Data were collected via a structured questionnaire measuring 4 determinants: awareness, education, socialization, and money attitudes. Against 4 literacy dimensions: conceptual knowledge, decision-making, practical application, and behavioral attributes. To analyze the data, we prioritize non-parametric tests, including Mann, Whitney, U, and Kruskal, Walsh H for subgroup differences, and Kendall-Taube for rank-based association. Sir Ricky? So for the results, for the profile of the respondents, so the, excuse me, the participants' profile revealed a youth-dominant sample with 86.5% of the respondents aged between 18 and 23. The majority were female, which is 65.2%. And currently in their 3rd year of study, critically, 80.8% of respondents reported a low household income of less than 25,000 pesos. These distributions highlighted a student body navigating significant resource constraints, making nonprofit stewardship competencies like budget discipline and audible record keeping, especially to their professional preparation. Sir Ricky, next slide po, yung levels of determinant influence. So through this table, so it confirms that student reported high levels of financial literacy, overall with decision-making emerging as the strongest dimension. Among the determinants, financial awareness registered the highest perceived influence, followed by socialization agents and formal education, while money attitude were ranked slightly lower. They proved to be the most decisive factor in the study. Kendall-Taube correlation revealed that money attitudes, specifically disciplined saving, impulse control, and risk-taking, correlated mostly with practical application of the Tao, which is 0.660, and behavioral attitudes of 0.640. Next slide po, sir. Next slide. Thank you. So for the subgroup differences, so in this table, no, it confirms that analysis found no significant difference or differences in literacy or determinants based on age or sex. However, significant differences appeared across academic specializations, with accountancy and marketing cohorts showing higher determinant influence than human resource management students. Furthermore, upper year students were more influenced by determinants than their lower year counterparts. And in medical awareness, financial awareness varied significantly by household income. These results suggest that while literacy is widely distributed, the levels moving that literacy are shaped by students' specific academic and economic context. Sir Ricky, please po next. Thank you, sir. So for the discussion, the attitude behavior nexus suggests that nonprofit circular should provide attitude formation, such as impulse and risk calibration. As a first order objective over mere concept mastery, to implement this, programs should integrate budget simulations and decision labs that mimic real-world nonprofit constraints. Additionally, because of this sector's digital turn, training must include proficiency in electronic disbursement, cloud-based ledgers, to ensure modules should be scaffolded early for the first-year students and embedded across all specializations to level the readiness of future nonprofit professionals. For the conclusion, this study demonstrates that financial literacy is a course competency that translates directly into stewardship behaviors nonprofit require. Disciplined budgeting, prudent risk appraisal, and auditable record keeping by strengthening money attitudes and reinforcing knowledge through socialization and education. Nonprofit leadership can prepare graduates who protect public trust. Ultimately, these competencies ensure that future leaders can turn mission into budget and budgets into the credible reports that sustain the entire sector. For my recommendation, so table 1, I think, circular integration and content design. So we should prioritize attitude formation. So somehow we should shift our focus from technical concepts to attitude-based learning so that it will emphasize discipline saving, impulse control, and calibrated risk-taking, which mostly Filipinos are impulse buyer. So we're talking about budgeting. Next is embed practical stimulations, implement budget labs, decision drills, and record-keeping simulations that mirror real-world nonprofit constraints and audible practices. Usually, these are financial labs, which can also be considered as science lab. Now, wherein usually the technical side or study, which gives us real-world and up-to-date data, should meet it into practice. Next is incorporate digital literacy. Explicitly teach proficiency in mobile payments, online ledgers, and cloud-based budgeting to align with modern organizational operations. Second is strategic targeting and equity. So scaffold early inventions. So we should introduce stewardship modules to first and second year students to accelerate readiness and neutralize the influence gaps seen in the upper cohorts. So cross program, so integrate financial management content into non-finance specialization. So example for this is the human resource management. So to ensure that all leaders or all future leaders possesses fiduciary competence, inclusive on-ramps, provide preparatory micro-modules or advising for lower incomes students to reduce awareness disparities. So for the fiduciary competence, actually, fiduciary kasi is can be considered an individual or a organization which act in behalf or act legally in behalf of an individual or an organization. So it has something to do with budgeting. It has something to do with money and property. So the next is program implementation and evaluation. So we need to leverage socialization. So utilize peer mentoring and family engagement to reinforce professional financial habits and stewardship. Behavior anchored assessment, longitudinal research, conduct multi-institution performance-based assessment to validate how these educational interventions translate into long-term organizational integrity and public trust. So, a simple message, leadership is not just having a vision, it is the disciplined stewardship of the resources required to achieve it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Jonathan Camilang, for your research entitled Financial Literacy as a Core Competence in Nonprofit Leadership Education. It is highly commendable, addressing critical yet underemphasized aspect of nonprofit management and leadership development. So the study also recognizes financial literacy not just a technical skill, but also a fundamental competency necessary for effective decision making, accountability, transparency, sustainability, and organizational success, actually. So with that, thank you very much, sir. And now I'll turn you over to our Masters of Ceremony. And I want to remind you guys, please be mindful of the time or else we will stay here overnight. Please book us. So please be mindful of the time, please. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our first three presentations for this morning. We'd like to extend our sincere gratitude to our presenters for their insightful contributions and for setting such a high standard for the rest of the day. And to formally recognize their hard work and also with the persons behind this summit, we will now proceed with the distribution of certificates, followed by a brief photo session with our presenters at the front. And to receive the plaque for our City Mayor, Honorable April Aguilar Nere, we are requesting Dr. Joanne Christine Solon, Dr. Maria Cristina Labao, and Miss Annabel Valle. Let me read the citation. ISEME, Plaque of Recognition to Honorable April Aguilar Nere, City Mayor and Chairman of the Board of Trustees, Dr. Filimon C. Aguilar, Memorial College of Las Piñas, Philippines. 4th International Summit on Educational Management and Emerging Technology 2026. So thank you once again, Dr. Joanne Christine Solon, Dr. Maria Cristina Labao, and Ms. Annabel Valle for receiving the plaque for our Honorable City Mayor, April Aguilar Nere. And to receive the plaque for our President, Mark Anthony Gusto, we will call Dr. Harold Cristobal. The citation reads, ISEME Certificate of Recognition, Dr. Mark Anthony J. Gusto. This certificate recognizes and honors as keynote speaker for your exceptional insights, profound expertise, and unwavering dedication to advancing knowledge and fostering innovation. Your keynote address significantly enriched the 4th International Summit on Educational Management and Emerging Technology, leaving a lasting impact and inspiring all participants. 10th to 11th of May 2026 at Dr. Filimon C. Aguilar Memorial College of Las Piñas, Philippines. Signed, Executive Director Suchismita Priya Darsani, Executive Director, Academia Research Lab, Academia Research Lab, India. And keynote speaker, Dr. Vijay Atavale, Principal, Wachand Institute of Technology, India. We have also another certificate that honors our conference chair, Dr. Joan Christine N. Solon. And for our presenters, the citation reads, Certificate of Presentation is given to Dr. Manilin L. Mananap, Central Philippine State University, Philippines. This certificate appreciates your active participation and insightful research presentation on navigating the path to teaching excellence, challenges and coping strategies of pre-service teachers in developing professional competencies at the 4th International Summit on Educational Management and Emerging Technology, held at Dr. Filimon C. Aguilar Memorial College of Las Piñas, Philippines, on 10th and 11th of May 2026. Your key insights and thoughtful contributions greatly enrich the conference, fostering innovation and collaboration. Congratulations. Another certificate is given to Dr. Joanne May G. Escobar, Central Philippine State University, Philippines, on your presentation on entrepreneurial competencies of Payao public market vendors at the 4th International Summit on Educational Management and Emerging Technology. Congratulations, Doc. And also, we have another certificate of recognition to you, Dr. Joanne May Escobar. Thank you very, very much. This certificate recognizes and honors you as session chair for exceptional insights, profound expertise, and unwavering dedication to advancing knowledge and fostering innovation. Another certificate of presentation is given to Jonathan Alfonso A. Cumilang, Dr. Filimon C. Aguilar Memorial College of Las Piñas, Philippines, on your research presentation, Financial Literacy as a Core Competency in Nonprofit Leadership Education at the 4th International Summit on Educational Management and Emerging Technology. Doc, please do the honor. Thank you very much. So we've already captured these moments. So we invite everyone to join us for a well-deserved coffee break. This is a wonderful opportunity to network and continue the discussions sparked by this morning's sessions. We will reconvene in 10 minutes to resume our program. So please enjoy the refreshments. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the refreshments and the opportunity to connect with our colleagues. So we are now ready to resume our program. And we would like to acknowledge the champion in leadership that serves as a testament to the belief that financial barrier should never be the ceiling of a student's ambition. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the presence this morning. The president of Dr. Filimon C. Aguilar Memorial College of Las Piñas, Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, the great good man, Dr. Mark Anthony J. Gusto. Thank you very much, Doc, for coming with us. So our next group of researchers is prepared to share their latest findings, and we look forward to continuing the high level of academic discourse established this morning. Please remember that we are maintaining our structured format, providing each presenter with exactly 10 minutes to deliver their paper. Without further ado, let us welcome our next speaker to the podium to begin the session. Dr. Jola, as the session chair, please do the honor. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And now, okay, this is it. So we have Sir Nel Carlo de la Cruz on his study, Sports Experiences of Teacher Coaches as Levers for Advancing Contemporary Trends in Physical Education. Please come over.
Good morning, everyone. It is an honor to present our study examining how the sports experiences teacher coaches influence the contemporary physical education implementation within the Philippine educational context. So this study is grounded in current reforms involving matatag physical education, school sports clubs, and competition pathway development. So before discussing the study itself, allow me to briefly introduce my role to this research. I currently work in higher education as an instructor in information systems in computer science. Although my specialization is outside physical education, this study strongly resonated with me because it reflects as an educational principle that applies across disciplines. Experience becomes meaningful through continuous learning and development. Today, physical inactivity and declining learner engagement continue to become a major educational concerns globally. As schools move forward, more inclusive and learner-centered physical education, teacher coaches now play a much more important role beyond sports participation alone. They help shape learner engagement, inclusion, and meaningful educational experiences. This growing responsibility became one of the major motivations behind this study. Here in the Philippines, several education reforms continue to reshape physical education implementation. These include the Matatag curriculum, school sports clubs, and structured competition pathways through Palarong Pambansa. Together, these reforms emphasize inclusivity, learner development, and organized sports participation. As a result, teacher coaches are now expected to function not only as facilitators, but also as educational implementers and program developers. Despite increasing participation in sports and coaching activities, an important question remains. Does athletic experience alone guarantee effective contemporary PE implementation? The findings suggest that experience alone is not enough without structured coaching development, reflective learning, and institutional support systems. The framework proposes that sports experiences influence PE implementation through reflective learning processes and enabling policy environments. Teacher-coach experiences become more meaningful when strengthened through mentoring, certification, structured learning, and professional development. Experiential learning theory emphasizes that experience becomes meaningful through reflection, structured learning, and guided application. This aligns strongly with the study's focus on coaching development and educational implementation. These processes, together with the institutional support systems, contribute toward more inclusive, learner-centered, and effective contemporary physical education practices. Guided by this framework, the study focused on three major questions. What sport experiences do teacher coaches possess? How do these experiences influence contemporary PE implementation? And what systems strengthen coaching effectiveness and program quality? To systematically examine these relationships, the study utilized a descriptive comparative correlational research design involving 65 MAPE teacher coaches. Because the study used ordinal survey data and anticipated non-normal distributions common in school-based datasets, non-parametric statistical tools such as Mann-Whitney-U, Kroskal-Wallis-H, and Kendall-Taubey were utilized to ensure a comprehensive analysis. The respondents represented a diverse coaching backgrounds, sports assignments, schools, and experience levels. This diversity provided a broader perspectives regarding the coaching implementation and contemporary PE practices across different educational contexts. The findings showed that athletic background emerged as the strongest sports experience dimension among respondents. However, coaching certification, competitive exposure, and achievement-related indicators appeared comparatively lower. This suggests that while athletic exposure is generally present, opportunities for structured coaching development remain more limited. The findings also revealed a strong inclusivity and positive interpersonal engagement practices among a teacher coaches. Interestingly, learner-centered and relationship-based dimensions appeared stronger than planning and resource-related dimensions. This suggests that while teacher coaches demonstrate strong human-centered practices, institutional and logistical support systems remain important areas for improvement. The study highlights the importance of moving beyond athletic exposure towards sustainable coaching development systems. Certification, mentoring, professional learning, and institutional support may strengthen learner participation. School sports club implementation, coaching competence, and overall PE quality. This emphasizes the importance of long-term educational investment in teacher-coach development. Based on the findings, the study proposed a coaching development pathway that progresses from athletic experience toward certification, mentoring, competitive exposure, and advanced contemporary PE practice. The pathway emphasizes that coaching effectiveness develops progressively through continuous learning, reflective practice, and structured professional growth. In conclusion, sports experiences positively influence contemporary physical education implementation. However, experience alone is insufficient without structured coaching development and institutional support systems. Ultimately, meaningful contemporary physical education is strengthened not only by experience, but by continuous learning, professional development, and collaborative implementation systems. The study therefore recommends strengthening coaching certification systems, mentoring initiatives, school sports club implementation support, and continuous professional development opportunities for teacher coaches. Sustainable PE improvement required long-term investment in coaching growth and educational support systems. In behalf of my author and co-author, thank you for very much for your time and participation.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, Sir Nel Carlo de la Cruz and the team. Your research on sports experiences of teacher coaches as levers for advancing contemporary trends in physical education is highly commendable, for it is a meaningful exploration of the vital role of teacher coaches in shaping modern physical education practices. This study has effectively recognizes your lived experiences as coaches, significantly influences your instructional approaches and learner engagements, athletic development, of course, and integration of your contemporary educational trends in terms of physical educations. So with that, congratulations. Thank you. So moving on to our next presenter, we have Sir Eduardo Hernandez Jr. on the topic Design and Implementation of a Programmable Logic Control or PLC Trainer Workstation using open source software and low-cost hardware. So let's give it a hand for Mr. Eduardo O. Hernandez Jr.
Okay, good morning. Thank you to the organizers and the sponsors of this event. And thank you to all for, I hope I can explain all the technicalities of this presentation. Okay, so about me. Okay, next slide, okay. I'm a chemical engineer by profession and also a instrumentation and control engineer. And I work as an instructor at the DFCAM, at the Dr. Pilimon C. Aguilar Memorial College of Las Piñas. And my co-author is, next slide, is Engineer Darwin Banson. And he's a computer engineer. And he's also the program head of the computer engineering department of the Dr. Pilimon C. Aguilar Memorial College. Okay, next slide. Okay, talking about the abstract. Okay, to bridge the gap between high-cost industrial training and accessible education, this study introduces a low-cost PLC workstation built on Arduino Uno platform and OpenPLC software. Okay, so while traditional trainers are often prohibitively expensive and poorly documented, this modular design prioritizes transparency by detailing hardware connections and component symbols. By integrating physical inputs like switches and outputs like blowers and relays, the system provides a high-fidelity learning experience comparable to proprietary models. Ultimately, this open source approach democratizes automation education, allowing students and professionals to build essential technical skills without the financial burden of industry standard hardware. So I'll introduce you to the PLC technology first before delving to the details of the research. So kindly, next page. Next slide. Okay, so can you run this video? Ay, mag-run. Pardon, walang sound, no? So, okay. So, yan ako na lang, no? So, a PLC is a specialized digital computer used in
Unnecessary control devices which will save you money and greatly reduce your circuit complexity.
Aray ko ba ito?
Cabinet, and could be done as fast, done as huge changes.
Hello. Okay, ako na lang mag-ano, no? Okay. So, by definition, a PLC is a specialized computer used in industrial automation. It receives input signals from sensors and processes them using program logic and sends an output signal to actuators like motors, valves, and etc. And the purpose of a PLC is to automate repetitive, complex, or hazardous tasks in manufacturing, utilities, and other industries. And when in regards to the environment where it exists, it is built to withstand extreme temperatures, dust, vibration, and electrical noise, making it suitable for harsh industrial setting. Okay, and next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. For historical context, PLCs replaced hardwired relay systems due to their compact size, ruggedness, and reprogrammability, significantly reducing labor and downtime costs. And the technical shift from the relay systems required complex wiring for logic operations, while PLCs use microprocessor based control with digital analog I/O for streamlined automation. And its advantage, it's easy to reprogram PLCs. It enables operational changes without physically rewiring, enhancing flexibility in industrial automation. When it regards to cost, the transition to PLCs minimized maintenance and hardware costs compared to relay-based setups. So the number of additional equipment needed to control a process is reduced with the PLCs. Okay, here is next slide, please. Okay, here is the comparison of the relay logic and the ladder logic. Okay? The other one requires wiring. Physical wiring yun. And the hardware connections. While here, you only need to program it. And this is a software-based solutions. Next slide, please. Okay. Here is the physical setup for the relay-based panel, whereas for the PLC-based panel, notice the wiring from the relay and the PLC. Less in the PLC panel, there's less equipment than the relay. So the wiring is more complex compared to the PLC panel. And next slide, please. And current, there's only 10% of the industries that are rely in relay-based system. So at least 90% is PLC. And here we have the comparison in terms of wiring complexity, flexibility, maintenance cost, and space requirement. So, in all aspects, the PLCs has the advantage. Next, please. And here we have the key issues hindering the access to PLC technology and high cost. Proprietary hardware and software create significant financial barriers for education and innovation. For the industries, it doesn't matter, no? Kasi it's part of their capital, no? Capital outlay. But for the mere students, they cannot afford those equipment. And there's also limited training options, and since we will use proprietary equipments or PLCs. Traditional setups often lack modularity and clear component description for foundational learning. And the third issue is the technical complexity. There's a steep learning curve for industrial grade PLCs, PLC programming, deterring beginners and hobbyists. Okay, and these barriers, high cost, limited training options, and technical complexity, restrict practical exposure for students and hinder adoption in resource-limited institutions, slowing workforce development in automation. Next, please. Okay. And here we have the open source advantage of PLCs, of our study. No? We have, in terms of cost, a commercial PLC trainer costs at least in the $2,000 range, whereas for us, it only costs $200. So a tenth of that is the cost of our system. So we use an open source tools like OpenPLC and hardware like Arduino that and it reduced the cost by 90%. Okay, and it achieved a functional system for $220 equivalent, no, versus the $2,200 for commercial equivalent. No? Okay, next. Next is the key advantage of the open source PLC. First is the cost effectiveness. So we only use the low cost hardware like Arduino and free software. The free software is OpenPLC. And in terms of flexibility, it supports the IEC 61131-3 language like ladder logic and structured text. So this standard is required, not necessarily required for the commercial PLCs, but now the commercially available PLCs are towards moving towards the standards. And the OpenPLC software is already compatible with the IEC 61131-3 standards. And in terms of accessibility, it enables hands-on learning for students and hobbyists, overcoming the financial barrier. And another key advantage is it is community-driven since it's an open source software. So it can be customized and through open collaboration. Okay, here are the hardwares. Thank you. Of the open source PLC trainer. We have the Arduino Uno as for the hardware with I/O shield, modular inputs and outputs. We have the software, the OpenPLC editor, and connectivity through a USB communication using the Modbus protocol for integration. Next, please. Okay, and the application is ideal for academic labs and skill development. So kahit sa okay, tayo. And small scale automation and prototyping simulation. Next, please. Okay, next, please. System architecture. And next, ano ko na? Bilisan ko na. Okay, so next, please. Here are the components. And the wiring diagram and before during the wala. Okay, this is during the assembly and the wiring. Next, please. And of course, the finished product. Next, please. Okay, so hindi ko na masyado to. Next, please. Yeah, 10. Next. Okay. Okay. In terms of training, so we have the pre and post test that we conducted among 15 students, first-year students, computer engineering. And here are the results. From the pre-test, we have the 44.5% in knowledge, no? And after the post-test, we got 80%. That's about 35% increase in increasing their knowledge and skill with regards to the PLC programming and wiring. Okay, next, please. Okay, so here are the safety and connectivity features. Okay, electrical safety, reliability. Okay, so next, medyo ano na to. And here is the implementation. And next. So for the real world application example we conducted, we use a simulated traffic light control systems. So the students are required to wire the system and program the PLC. Okay, here's the next, please. Yeah, okay, next. Next, please. Okay. So, pwede niyo can you play this? Okay, so this the actual training. Okay, next. Okay. And here's the software, PLC, the Open PLC software. And they program it using the ladder diagram, ladder logic programming. Okay, next. And how about for cost analysis and validation? Okay, next. So as you can see this, in our figure, okay, it only cost 12,570 for the whole system. That doesn't include the labor costs and other incidental expenses. Okay, next, please. Okay, and here is the test scores. Okay, I think I have already mentioned that. Next, please. Okay, so recommendation and future work. Okay, so the key, next please. Key recommendations, we have the target institutions. Promote to schools, vocational centers, and SMEs to democratize automation education. Community development. Foster open source contribution for customizable softwares and hardware enhancement. And sustainability integration, explore eco-friendly materials and energy-efficient components for future iteration. So, and for the work highlights, the system has expanded compatibility, and it can be added IoT modules can be added, and it can be scaled up. Can add more equipment, more. Then next is the cost of tracking. So maintain affordability while upgrading the features. Okay, so I think these are the key recommendations. I think it's the eco-friendly design of the equipment. It's modular, it's energy efficient, and it's open source scalability. And for future work, we need to do a life cycle analysis. So assess the environmental footprint of materials and energy use. There should be a community collaboration and the cost-benefit study. So we need to compare the sustainability metrics with commercial PLCs. Okay, so as I leave this podium, there's a quote, no? PLC knowledge is more than programming. It's the language of progress, and you are the authors of the next chapter in technology. So many of the students that participated are all very enthusiastic about this equipment. Okay, so that's for now, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Engineer Eduardo O. Hernandez Jr. for your research presentation titled Design and Implementation of Programmable Logic Control Trainer Workstation Using Open Source Software and Low-Cost Hardware. It is highly commendable, innovative, and practical contribution to technical and engineering education. However, I want you to take a pause on your publication, sir. You will not publish this until you gain your patent, or else it will be patented by other people. Because when you innovate something and you have 3 innovations on a gadget, for example, you could have your own patent on this. So it's highly recommendable that you pause on your publication and prioritize your patenting. Yun na muna, engineer. Para po ma-exclusive yung utilization and the intellectual property po sa inyo at sa inyong college. Ganun po siya. So you could have I fulfill for this. At least makatanggap ka lang, engineer, ng acceptance po from I fulfill. And then pag na-apply mo na siya for acceptance, technology acceptance, and then you could contact Academia Love for the publication. So please take note of that, Academia Love, naka-hold po ito. Hindi niya po muna pwedeng i-publish ito. Parang awa nyo na, pinaghirapan ito. It is an intellectual property of engineer and the team. So yun po. And so we move on. Thank you and congratulations po for to the team of Engineer Hernandez. And now we're moving on to our sixth presenter, Sir Alexander Aquino, on the topic Resident Well-Being and Self-Worth to Guide Stress-Responsive Programming in Urban Parks and Community Centers.
Good afternoon to everyone. Okay. So for the sake of time, we will now proceed to my research. Okay. So the title of my research is about the resident well-being and self-worth to guide stress-responsive programming in urban parks and community center. Okay, next slide, please. So, by the way, I'm Alexander C. Aquino, currently serving as the NSTP coordinator of Dr. Pilimon C. Aguilar Memorial College of Las Piñas. And at the same time, I'm a pastor of a House of Young Builders Ministry International with a background in pastoral counseling. I earned my doctorate in degree in developmental administration, major in educational governance from Philippine Christian University. Next slide, please. Okay. So the primary objective was to generate resident-driven signals that can inform the design and implementation of stress-responsive programs within urban public spaces such as parks and community centers. Next, please. So the study examined three key constructs: social well-being, economic well-being, and self-worth. Using a validated multi-item measurement scales, results revealed that both social and economical well-being significantly positively predict worth, indicating this greater financial stability tends to higher level of self-perceived. However, the findings further, that economic factors give a long term. In simple terms, the study shows that while community engagement is important, financial stability still has a longer influence on shaping an individual's sense of worth. Economic difficulties may lead to higher level of stress, lower self-worth, especially in a high cost of living. Next slide, please. Building on these findings, the study proposed a data to delivery workflow that translates residents' well-being indicators, local government units, urban planners, and community-based interventions such as livelihood support activities, social cohesion programs, and mental health initiatives within urban parks and community center. Next slide, please. So the study anchored on the following expert and organization. Number one is theoretical biases. The study utilized Ulrich stress recovery theory and Hartig restorative frameworks. It explained that exposure to natural environments such as parks, trees, gardens, and open green spaces can help reduce stress and promote emotional recovery. Institutional frameworks, guidelines from the National Recreation and Parks Association and the Urban Institute were used for equity and economic evaluation. Standards, the research followed the Strobe statement for epidemiological and observational studies. The Strobe statements provides checklists of important components that researchers should include when conducting and reporting observational studies, such as cross-sectional studies, cohort studies, and case control studies. Next slide, please. Description. The research is a cross-sectional observational study conducted in Las Piñas City, Philippines, a highly urbanized area experiencing rapid changes in social economic condition. The study was designed to capture a snapshot of residents' experiences at a single point in time, focusing on how urban living conditions influence stress levels, self-worth, and overall well-being. So the primary goal of this research is to address the existing gap in localized data on how urban parks and community centers can directly contribute to stress reduction, particularly stress arising from economic hardship and so forth. Next slide, please. In urban setting, residents are exposed to multiple and overlapping stressors. So we need to identify these stressors, of course. These include economic strain, long working hours, transportation challenges, and reduced opportunities for meaningful interconnection. So the study recognized that these stressors are not isolated but interconnected for the mental well-being of the residents. Next slide, please. This research goes beyond purely descriptive approach by introducing practical design-oriented program parameters that can be directly applied in urban planning and community development. Instead of only identifying the problems, it translates problems into actionable intervention. Among the key innovations introduced are green exercise program, short, frequent, and low-intensity physical activities conducted in parks or open green spaces. Micro-restorative design elements, small-scale environment, features within parks and community centers such as shaded areas, comfortable sitting, quiet corners, and nature-integrated space. These elements are intended to support psychological recovery, relaxation, and informal social factors. Next slide, please. Conclusion. So the study revealed that economic and social conditions play a significant role as the foundation of residents' self-worth in a highly urbanized setting such as in Las Piñas City. Okay, next slide, please. As a result, the study recommends the development of lower friction parks-based programs, activities that are easy to join, free of charge, and not require long hours of complicated requirements. Next slide, please. From broader perspective, viewing urban parks and community centers as everyday stress care infrastructure provides a new framework for urban development. Overall, study shows that simple, accessible, and well-designed community spaces can serve as powerful instruments in reducing stress and enhancing self-worth for the residents of Las Piñas City. Next slide, please. Appendix. Okay, sampling. So the study employed a stratified neighborhood sampling technique to ensure balanced representation across different residential within Las Piñas City. Its neighborhood cluster was proportionally presented to capture variation in socio-economic and social condition among residents. Ang total sample po natin dito ay 400 adults responded was achieved, providing sufficient statistical power for inferential analysis and subgroup comparison. Yung statistical tools po. To analyze the collected data, the following statistical methods were utilized. Next slide, please. One sample test used to determine whether the mean levels of social well-being, economic well-being, and self-worth significantly differ from expected or reference values. Analysis variance or yung ANOVA applied to examine significant differences among multiple demographic groups. Example, the age groups, income brackets, or neighborhood cluster. Next slide. Multiple regression analysis used to identify and measure the predictive influence of social well-being and economic well-being, one's self-worth, determining the strength and direction of relationship among variables. In these tools ensured robust quantitative analysis and supportive evidence-based interpretation of resident condition. Next slide. Instruments. Okay. Data were gathered using structured survey instrument based on 5-point Likert scales, ranging from strong to strongly disagree to strongly agree. 3 main constructs were measured. Number 1 is social well-being scale, assessing social support, community engagement, and interpersonal connection. Another one, economic well-being scale, measuring financial economic income sufficiency and perceived economic security. Another one, all instruments were designed or adapted to ensure clarity, cultural relevance, and consistency in response. Okay, last. Okay. I want to close my presentation by reading a scripture in Matthew chapter 11, verse 28 to 29. Come to me, Jesus said, all of you are heavily laden and carry heavy burden, and I will give you rest. This verse perfectly connects with my studies because Jesus addressed people who are emotionally burdened, mentally exhausted, stressed by life pressures, and searching for inner peace and value, while parks and community centers can help improve our emotional and social well-being. But this verse reminds us that the true and lasting restoration ultimately comes from God. Human programs can provide temporary relief, but Christ or our God provide rest for our soul. Thanks and God bless po.
Okay, thank you very much, Pastor Alexander Aquino, for your research entitled Resident Wellbeing and Self-Worth to Guide Stress-Responsive Programming in Urban Parks and Community Centers, which is highly commendable for its social responsiveness and human-centered approach to community development and public wellness. This study effectively highlights the importance of understanding residents' well-being, self-worth, and emotional needs in designing stress-responsive programs within the urban parks and community centers. While I was listening to your presentation, it reminds me of the communities of Richmond in California, in Ho Chi Minh and Hanoi in Vietnam, because they have beautiful gardens maintained by women associations. And also in Hanoi and Vietnam, or other parts of Vietnam, I should say, there are no walang mga pulubi doon. There are no homeless people because the Vietnam government train them on how to do gardening. Kaya if you roam around Vietnam, you could see public parks with flowers, and they have the exercise workout mechanisms. And also, while the community in Richmond in California, the Women Association takes care of the public parks and the roses. They have rose gardens everywhere. So that is somehow driven also by the local government in Richmond. So with that, thank you very much. That is our sixth presenter. So I will turn you over again to our Master of Ceremony for the awarding of certificates.
At this moment, we will now transition into the question and answer session, providing a dedicated space for deeper dialogue and intellectual curiosity. So this is your opportunity to engage directly our presenters. So we encourage you to share your insights or seek clarification on the fascinating data shared during this session to ensure we hear from as many participants as possible. Please keep your inquiries concise and directed toward the relevant presenter. So do we have question or questions from the audience? Yes, Doc.
This is directed to the one who presented about the pre-service teacher. So I have a question. How do pre-service teachers stay on top despite of all of their duties and responsibilities in the real world classroom scenario? I think, yeah, regarding the pre-service, because this is in preparation later when they will be landing the real job as a teacher.
So we would like to call Dr. Manilin Mananap of Central Philippine State University. We have a question here from our audience. Okay, we are calling all the presenters from this morning to be here in front now for the question and answer. Thank you.
I will repeat my question. So how do pre-service teachers stay on top despite of all their duties and responsibilities placed upon their shoulders in the real world of classroom scenario? I think this is the theme of your study.
Yes. The purpose of having this study is to really determine what challenges our students. Then after that, what are the things they have done to cope up with the challenge, and how effective are the strategies they did. Then from that point, sir, we will try to develop a system or an innovation. We will emerge an innovation to strengthen the strategies that they practiced. From that, we will create another branch of innovation or another set of research for that to ensure that our students are on top. But at the same time, we address their difficulty. we started from assessing their difficulties and from identifying that. From that point, we will do something about it to maintain our students on top. And another thing is, last several months ago, we applied for a Center of Excellence under the College of Teacher Education program in our university, and the College of Teacher Education is the first program to apply for Center of Excellence, and we are still waiting for the response. And the requirements for Center of Excellence enables us to really met the standards under the College of Teacher Education. By that way, we will ensure that our students will maintain on track. Thank you, sir.
So thank you very much, Dr. Manana. So do we still have question from our audience?
Hello, Ms. Manatan. Among the challenges identified in your research, what do you consider the most significance in enhancing or affected the competency or professional competency of the pre-service teachers, and why?
Among those challenges, ma'am, what we find more challenging on part of our students is on classroom management. Because as pre-service teachers, their time for actual face-to-face encounter with the students in an actual classroom setup in our school is not that enough. But when they become pre-service teachers, their contact time to actual children is you have time for that. So they spend more time to to the pupils, and from that point they are having difficulty handling them, because for the first, second, and third year they are not meeting them every day. But when they become pre-service teachers, they met them every day. And from that point, they are having difficulties and they are trying to adjust. But during the adjustment period, the challenges arises, and we as their mentors are there, and also with the help of their cooperating teachers. Thank you.
Another follow-up question, since your study is about phenomenological study, and there is a specific, there are two categories under that. The hermeneutic, I think this is from the interpretative, from the side of the researcher. Is that so? Or is it the other one, transcendental, which is from the participants itself? So which one?
I gathered the responses from the participants, from the actual pre-service teachers, but only those pre-service teachers who met the selection criteria. So we our selection of participants on criteria
So this is more of the real experiences
of our students, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ma'am.
So any question?
Sige, ma'am.
The follow-up questions. Actually, your research or your study is very interested for us as a teacher. Now, do you have a specific versions program to enhance the performance or the competency of our pre-service teachers?
As the program, ma'am, our research is being extended. So the product research is also the emergence of our extension program. So our extension program will focus on the challenges of our pre-service teachers. Some of them will not go directly to DepEd. Some will try to work on 51 Talk. Others will try to work in the daycare programs where some of our students are there. So we have extended a training program in the daycare. We have already conducted the first part, and the second part is still on process, and it's a continuous process. So after that, we have also engaged in the Department of Education through their various research programs because some of the researches in the DepEd are being connected to how teachers perform, and that affects our graduates as pre-service teachers because when they are ready as pre-service teachers, they become good mentors later. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So do we still have a question from our audience? Yes, Doc.
Sige po.
It's directed to Dr. Joanne Meiji Escobar. There was that portion in the slide where you are, the variables are being grouped according to the demographics.
Yes.
And it showed in the screen that there was no significant difference because the fact that this is a quantitative study.
Okay.
And I think to further the study and to give an in-depth real experience, it will not be enough to only confine with quantitative study, but maybe later on, if there are still more time, you can engage in the real experiences of these vendors to give it a deeper insight or experiences. We may be able to determine their feelings and their actual experiences. So those are just sort of my observation on the screen.
Yeah, actually, sir, that's the next part of the study. So before I will turn over the result to the LGU, I plan to incorporate the qualitative part of the study.
Because that is already shown in your initial result.
Yeah.
And we consider that as your outliers because there is no actual difference or no significant difference at all. So maybe we would know more if there will be a continuous study on this.
Noted.
But somehow it's a good study because you were able to give an enlightenment to this portion of people in your place.
Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
Okay. So my question is about the significance of your study. So how, or based on your findings, how the findings of this study help to improve the livelihood and entrepreneurship programs in your community, particularly the community of your respondents?
Based on the findings of the study, the lowest part is their patience. At the same time, entrepreneurial competency in terms of, I think, and techniques for their entrepreneurial competency. The basis for that's part of the basis for intervention. And I initially talked to the barangay captain, and he planned to fund the training. Yeah, and at the same time, he also planned to select some vendors to give initial funding.
Wow.
With a minimum of 10,000, depend on availability of their barangay budget.
Jeez. I have questions more. Actually, your letters are curious about the program.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
So I would like to ask if there is any question before we will proceed. So following the discussion, we will honor our presenters' hard work with a formal distribution of certificates. So we invite all our presenters to come forward to receive their recognition, which will be immediately followed by a group photo session to commemorate the occasion. So we ask that everyone remain seated for a few extra moments so we can properly document these achievements and celebrate the academic contribution of our peers. And to give the certificates, so may I call the conference chair, Dr. Joanne Christine Solon, and the co-chair, Dr. Lysel Pacheco. So let me read the citation. Certificate of presentation is given to Sir Neil Carl Cristobal de la Cruz. Sir Neil Carl de la Cruz on his research presentation on sport experiences of teacher coaches as levers for advancing contemporary trends in physical education at the 4th International Summit on Educational Management and Emerging Technology. Congratulations, sir. Another certificate of presentation is given to Sir Eduardo O. Hernandez Jr. of Dr. Philemon C. Aguilar Memorial College of Las Piñas, Philippines, on his research presentation on design and implementation of a programmable logic control PLC trainer workstation using open source software and low-cost hardware. Congratulations, sir. Another certificate of presentation is given to Dr. Alexander Aquino, Dr. Philemon C. Aguilar Memorial College of Las Piñas, Philippines, on his research presentation on resident well-being and self-worth to guide stress-responsive programming in urban parks and community centers. Congratulations, Dr. Aquino. So, congratulations once again to our set of presenters. And now we will pause for 30-minute break. This is a perfect time to recharge, enjoy the provided meal, and engage in more informal networking with fellow attendees. We have a full schedule of compelling research still to come, so please keep an eye on the time and ensure you are back in your seats promptly to begin our afternoon sessions.
Doy, ito po yung sa eskwelahan. Thank you po. Here.
Saan si Bri? Isa po talaga.
In-invite na pala November.
Kumusta daw po?
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a refreshing lunch and enjoy the opportunity to network with fellow delegates during the break. So we are now officially resuming our afternoon proceedings for session 2 of the 4th International Summit on Educational Management and Emerging Technology. So as we continue to explore the intersection of leadership and digital innovation, we remain committed to our schedule to ensure every voice is heard. Please be reminded that each presenter will have exactly 10 minutes to share the research findings. Without further delay, let us dive back into our presentations and welcome our first presenter of the afternoon to the stage. I welcome myself to the city of Las Piñas.
Okay, so for this presentation, our Master of Ceremony, Madam Mary Grace Noreen Laduna Haranilia, on her topic, from vision to internationalization, integrating United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in a public higher education institution.
To the intellectual elites, the research enthusiasts, today I stand before you both honored and humbled. Honored for being given me the responsibility to be the agent of development, and humbled for giving me the opportunity to present our research study from vision to internationalization, integrating United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in the operations of a public higher education institution towards leading a sustainable future. I am Dr. Mary Grace Noreen Ponce Laduna Haranilia. Good afternoon. The Central Philippine State University is being credited as the champion for sustainable development as part of its broad vision to foster into inclusive and sustainable development through education, research, community engagement, and production. This research study utilized or employed a qualitative method utilizing instrumental case study. And of course, the locale of this study is Central Philippine State University system. And the participants were the 5 project leaders who are, of course, they are the ones who manage the project and selected through purposive sampling. And the questionnaire contains the semi-structured questions, and the process of the data gathering was done through in-depth interviews and, of course, in a face-to-face setting. And the process of the selection of the participants was done in an ethical manner, considering that the participants were the project leaders, so the respect of their persons, the understanding of behavior, and the availability of their time were observed. So here comes the result of this study. The Central Philippine State University is being credited, as, of course, having gained its name as a forerunner of sustainable future. First, it is because of the vermicomposting technology. The vermicomposting technology of Central Philippine State University is for the sustainable agriculture and for organic farming. And this is an impetus of support to SDG 12 and SDG 13. Second is the mushroom production. Central Philippine State University as a mushroom hub of Negros. And this is a reflection of support to SDG 2 and SDG 12. Third is the solar home system insulation, which of course becomes the beacon that illuminates the marginalized, every home of the marginalized family around Central Philippine State University. And this is contributing to achieving SDG 7 and SDG 13. Fourth is the green mining technology. Central Philippine State University produces sweet potato. The project is called the Green Mining Technology, or locally known as the Kamuti Bundok. And this is a reflection of support to SDG 2 and SDG 12. And fifth is Project Arong. Project Arong is advancing resource optimization, nurturing growth, which imparts the sustainable fishing practices, which utilize the environmentally friendly fishing aggregate devices, or what we call the eco-FUDs. And this is support to another SDG. Then is SDG 1, 2, 12, 13, 15, and 17. And sixth is bamboo craft. Central Philippine State University produces value-added bamboo products. And this is aligning to SDG 8, 12, 13, 15, and 17. And another is, seventh, is the handloom weaving. Now, Central Philippine State University's handloom weaving produces the hand-woven scarves, shawls, and clothing. And this is aligned to support to SDG 1, 2, 1, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, and 17. And another is, number 8 is the internationalization and linkages. Central Philippine State University having established international linkages and academic collaboration with Kansas State University, Cornell University, North Carolina University, Royal University of Agriculture in Cambodia, Academia Research Lab. So there are difficulties, and this is in line. No? This is in line with SDG 4 and SDG 17. So there are, in the conduct of this study, there are difficulties experienced by the participants in the implementation of the project, and this lies in the resource and financial constraints. Another is technical and data limitations. Another difficulty is on the stakeholders' engagement and social barriers. And another one is operational market bottlenecks. And the challenges were cope up with specific actions, such as enhancing the competence, ensuring structural safeguards. Another is promoting operational and accountability and tracking. And the last coping mechanism is the fostering collective resilience. And by this, Central Philippine State University, having gained its name as the forerunner of sustainable development with international rankings of 105 in the world, 1,001 to 1,500 in the Times Higher Education, 548 in the UI Green Matrix, and 235 in the Applied Higher Education Public University rankings, and 3 stars in the QS stars. So it is hereby concluded that Central Philippine State University is a replica of sustainable development, where the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals are evident. But however, it is hereby recommended that Central Philippine State University should address to sustain goals for holistic development of its members, with a focus on SDG 3 on health and well-being, SDG 6 on the potable water and sanitation, and SDG 16 on peace and justice. Hence, there is a need to create a sustainable development plan to integrate other United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, so that a public higher education institution like Central Philippine State University can lead to a more sustainable future. So as the saying and the statement goes, and I quote, "The world of the future, the world of the next century of the Academia Research Lab with the ISEME beckons to humankind with a new promise, and each one of us has a share of its fulfillment." Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Mary Grace Noreen P. Ledona Haranilia. So your research presentation entitled From Vision to Internationalization, Integrating United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in public higher education institution is highly commendable for its forward-looking and globally relevant contribution to higher education and sustainable development. The study effectively emphasizes crucial role of the public higher education institutions advancing United Nations SDGs through academic programs, research initiatives, extension services, governance, and internationalization efforts as we implement the pillars of our university, which is instruction, research, extension, and production. Thank you very much, Dr. Haranilia. And now moving on to the next presenter. Oh, our next presenter, siya na ba? Si Sir Ma'am Joey na? Hindi pa. Hindi pa. Okay, so our next presenter is Sir Joselito G.U. on assessing the sustainability of educational seminars through college partnerships with local government agencies. So let's welcome Sir Joselito G.U.
So, good afternoon. I'm Chris Benyo. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm Chris Benino Ace Rafco, and I'm here to present a research entitled Assessing the Sustainability of Educational Seminars Through College Partnerships with Local Government Agencies. Next slide, please. So I'm a college graduate of Pamantasan Lunsok ng Manila, major in Operations Management. I am now an administrative aide in the research department of DFCAM. So next slide. Next. So modern higher abstract is modern higher education institutions evolve into key drivers of community development by fostering long-term reciprocal partnerships that prioritize social innovation and civic duty. This study evaluated the sustainability of educational seminars hosted by DFCAM CLP in coordination with local government agencies to measure their lasting community impact. So next slide. This study used a descriptive correlational quantitative design, collecting data from 19 stakeholders through a structured 4-point Likert scale. The results show a high level of institutional effectiveness with an overall weighted mean of 3.33, interpreted as strongly agree. And although age and years of experience, years of service showed a significant difference in the ANOVA, the Pearson's correlation indicated that these factors had minimal impact on the sustainability assessment. Instead, seminar content and delivery emerged as the key driver of success, showing a moderate to strong positive relationships with perceived sustainability. Next slide. The study concluded that the partnership was highly sustainable and successfully connected academic knowledge with government service needs. It recommended creating long-term agreements, advanced follow-up training programs, and a monitoring system to ensure continuous improvement and lasting impact. Next slide. So our description. Today, colleges and universities are expected not only to teach students, but also work closely with communities through long-term partnerships that create lasting positive impact. So next slide. Next. So these are the list of research problems, which I will explain in detail in the results section. So we can, next slide. Next. Next. Sorry. So the participants of our study, the population of the study comprised of key stakeholders from DFCAM CLP and local government agencies who participated or managed these educational seminars, including government personnel, agency representatives, and program implementers. Using stratified random sampling, the researchers we gathered responses from 19 participants, representing all active stakeholders during the data collection period. The next slide. So the detailed demographic data of the participants will be discussed further in the methodology result sections. I'm just showing the key details here in the slide. So next slide. Our instrument. So the study uses a structured researcher-made questionnaire designed to measure the sustainability of educational seminars conducted by DFCAM CLP in partnership with local government agencies based on our study objectives. So our objectives is that this study evaluates the long-term sustainability and relevance of educational seminars in addressing workplace challenges and supporting the strategic goals of partner agencies. It focuses on the institutionalization of these programs through regular implementation while assessing their professional value, instructing DFCAM, CLP, and other local government agencies. The research examines stakeholder support by measuring behavior intentions and willingness to participate in future seminars. So a 4-point Likert scale ranging from strongly agree to strongly disagree was used to encourage respondents to provide clear answers. The next slide. The data gathered from the stakeholders was processed and analyzed using software such as SPSS or Microsoft Excel, applying descriptive statistics to summarize responses. Additionally, Pearson's correlation coefficient and one-way ANOVA were used to identify relationships among variables and compare perceptions among the stakeholder groups. So next slide. So our first question, what is the demographic profile of key stakeholders in terms of gender? So our group was overwhelmingly composed of females who make up 15 individuals, while the smaller portion were the males who are just 4 individuals. So next slide. So our age range, the largest group was 50 years and above, who were 5 individuals. And our smallest range was the 21 to 25 years old with only 1 individual in that range. Next slide, please. So the years of government service table, our largest group among the 19 government service professionals had less than 1 year of experience, while the smallest group, only by 1 individual, had worked to 11 between 15 years, and we had 3 people within the statistical error in our research. So next slide. So our second question, what assessment is needed to determine the sustainability of education seminars facilitated through college partnership with local government agencies in terms of, so this table shows the results of our survey. So next slide. So this is the reference for a Likert scale. Next slide. So you see the results of our survey. Next. The findings show a strongly agree interpretation across all indicators with the highest rating for institutional support and partnership and a desire for regular program conduct. So next slide. Is there a significant difference in assessing the sustainability of educational seminars through college partnership with local government agencies when grouped according to demographic profile? So our table here is our ANOVA to gender. And next slide. So our ANOVA analysis was conducted to determine if gender influences how participants assess sustainability of these seminars. And the p-value exceeded the standard threshold, meaning variation was not statistically significant, which means men and women hold consistent views regarding these seminars. Now next, our ANOVA to age. So does ANOVA will see if age affects how people view the sustainability of these seminars? And results show a statistically significant difference as the p-value falls below the required 0.05 threshold. This confirms that age is a key factor, and different age groups have different perspectives on the success of these seminars. Next slide. So this is our ANOVA for years of government service. And with the p-value of 0.048, the data proves that there are differences in opinions across experience levels, and the length of time a person has served in the government is a factor in the perspective of the success of these seminars? Now, question number 4. Is there a significant relationship in assessing sustainability of educational seminars within college partnerships with local government agencies? So here is our Pearson's correlation table. And the result, next slide, it shows that our correlation analysis reveals that seminar and content delivery is the strongest predictor of program success, showing significant positive relationship with the perceived sustainability. In contrast, personal factors like age and years of service had no connection to how the program was rated. So our findings, next slide. So our findings. The participants expressed high satisfaction with the seminars, praising the expert execution and job-relevant content, and the strong institutional support behind the partnership. Given the program's direct impact on service improvement, there's a robust consensus to institutionalize these sessions and continue the collaboration regularly. So next slide. So our conclusion. In conclusion, the partnership between college and local government agencies proved highly sustainable, effectively bridging academic expertise with practical service needs to foster professional growth. Consistent top-tier ratings across all indicators confirm the program's value as a vital, scalable blueprint for long-term development. So our recommendations. To ensure long-term success, the partnership should be formalized through a multi-year agreement and a dedicated committee to establish, monitor how learning outcomes improve government services. Additionally, the college and government should integrate advanced technology and interactive workshops to maintain high engagement and innovation for future sessions. Next slide. And to sustain professional growth, the partnership should develop a phase 2 module to offer ongoing mentorship and specialized skill building tracks. These future training programs should be co-designed with partner agencies to ensure sessions align directly with their long-term goals. That's all for my research. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Alexander Aquino, for your topic. Sorry. I'm lost. Sorry. We have Sir Joselito Yu for assessing the sustainability of educational seminars through college partnerships with local government agencies. This is a highly commendable research, for it is practical, community-oriented, contribution to educational development and institutional collaboration. This study effectively highlights the importance of sustainable partnership between colleges and local government agencies in delivering meaningful, responsive, and long-lasting educational seminars and programs for the community stakeholders. So this research is particularly relevant in today's educational landscape for collaboration among academic institutions and the government sector, for promoting community engagement, a lifelong learning, and social development. And by examining sustainability of the seminars, the study contributes to valuable insights into partnerships that could be strengthened to ensure continuity, effectiveness, and greater societal impact. As for my recommendations, you may coordinate with TESDA for this so that your seminars and training could be converted to national competencies, or you could also coordinate with PRC so that your seminars and training could be source of CPD units. So yun, mga ganon, para naman sustainable siya. At the same time, you could charge minimal charges for sustainability purposes. And you could also maintain the licenses of your stakeholders then. So we're, Pangasinan State University, for example, we have a collaboration with TESDA, and we are also a CPD provider. Yun, ganon kami sa PSU. That's why I'm sharing it to you. Now, okay, next presenter, second to the last actually, we have Sir Raymond Magno for Teaching in the Age of AI or Artificial Intelligence, Insights into Boon and Bean of General Assisted Artificial Intelligence Tools Used in the Classroom. So let's welcome Sir Raymond Magno.
So good afternoon to everyone. So Teaching in the Age of AI, Insights into the Boon and Bane of General-Assisted Artificial Intelligence Tools Used in the Classroom. So, yours truly, Dr. Raymond B. Malto, the main author, together with Ms. Karen Joaquin Morales, the co-author. Sige po. So, the study is all about exploring the lived experiences of BSBA professors regarding the use of assisted AI tools in classroom instructions. It focused on how is AI integrated in teaching and its effects on pedagogy, content delivery, engagement, critical thinking, and academic integrity. The participants were 9 BSBA professors who are experienced using AI in teaching. This was conducted first term of school year 2025-2026 at the local college in Las Piñas. The study used a qualitative pedagogical research guided by TPAC framework and the interpretative paradigm. Participants were selected purposefully. Data were gathered using in-depth semi-structured interviews together with analyzing thematic analysis using Brown and Clark six-phase approach. The aim of this study is to understand how BSBA professor makes sense of AI integrations in teaching and identifying its opportunities, challenges, ethical concerns, and institutional needs. It also sought to propose a context-sensitive AI integration framework for business education in higher education institutions. The themes emerged as the following. First, AI as pedagogical enhancer with necessary human oversight. Second, emerging and event patterns of AI utilization. Third, AI as a double-edged influence on engagement and critical thinking. Fourth, AI as content expander with contextual limitations. Fifth, ethical and academic integrity concerns. Sixth, fragmented but developing track integrations. And 7, need for institutional support and professional development. The proposed output was institutionalized AI TPAC capacity building framework. This study sought to answer the following questions. How do BSBA professors perceive the integrations of general-assisted artificial intelligence tools in classroom in relation to their technological, pedagogical, and content knowledge? Team 1, AI as pedagogical and with necessary human oversight. This team captures professors' overall perceptions that AI enhances instructions but must remain under teaching supervisions. AI as pedagogical enhancer with necessity human remain under teacher wherein oversight reflects overarching perceptions among BSBA professors that artificial intelligence serve as valuable tool in enhancing teaching practices while still requiring careful teacher supervisions. Teams are AI as instructional support. Second, AI as efficiency tools. AI requires contextual filtering, and AI should not replace teachers' expertise as the boon of the study. Overall, AI is seen as powerful enhancer of teaching. When used responsibly, professors recognize that while AI streamlines tasks, teaching remains a human-centered process while the creator's expertise guide how AI is applied in instructions. Second, how do professors describe their utilizations of artificial intelligence tools in their instructional practices? Team 2, emerging and uneven patterns of AI utilizations. These themes and highlights that AI adoption is neither uniform nor fully established, reflecting an artificial early-stage technology integration landscape in business educations, wherein the variation in use of underscores the importance of understanding faculty profiles and the readiness to incorporate AI in their pedagogy. Sub-themes such as frequent integrators, occasional experimental users as a boon of the study. Sub-themes 2.3, non-user due to limited familiarity, and AI as in the idea generator rather than lesson designer as the bane. This theme highlights the need for strategies that encourage broader adoptions and deeper engagement, ensuring that all faculty can benefit from AI-enhanced teaching. Third, questions, in what ways do professors perceive AI tools influencing their teaching strategies and student engagement? Team 3, AI as double-edged influence on engagement and critical thinking. AI as a double-edged influence captures professor nuanced perceptions of how AI affects classroom dynamics, students' participation, and cognitive development. Sub-teams that support increased classroom interactions, technology-enhanced technology strategy as the boon of the study. So the main, reduce students' critical thinking, risk of dependency. These insights reveal that while AI can enhance engagement and support innovative teaching strategy, faculty must balance its use to maintain students' autonomy and ensure the development of higher order thinking skills. Fourth SOP, how do professors view AI roles in enhancing or complicating the delivery of business-related content? Team 4, AI's content expander with contextual limitations. So AI as content expander, professor perceptions of AI as a powerful tool for generating business-related instruction content while acknowledging its limitation in contextualized accuracy. The boon of the study are rapid case study generation and also cross-disciplinary applicability, while the vein supports for strategic per subjects and limitation in taxations and content. The insight here is that AI act as a valuable content expanding tool, but must be applied thoughtfully, with instructor using their expertise to adapt materials appropriately for students in local contexts. SOP number 5, what challenges, opportunities do professors encounter when aligning AI tools with their teaching methods? Team 5, innovation, potential constrained by ethical and practical risk. Innovation potential constrained by ethical and practical risk reflects professors' recognitions that while AI offers significant opportunities to innovate teaching practices, its integration is tempered by ethical concerns and practical challenges. The boon or the sub-themes, we have efficiency and innovations and academic integrity concerns. Students' over-reliance and need for institutional policies, the main of the study. This insight suggests that while AI can transform instructions, its innovative potential is tempered by ethical considerations and the necessity for careful implementations. SOP 6, how do professors perceive the alignment between AI capabilities and the specific content of business education? Team 6, conditional alignment with business education content. Perceived by the professors that AI tools can support business instructions effectively, but their usefulness depends on the subject matter and the context of the applications. Subthemes like alignment with strategic disciplines, applicability to economic and finance and curriculum modernization is the boon of the study. Misalignment in rule-based subject is the bane. So, subject with strict regulatory or local content requirements, such as taxations, needed careful validations by the instructors. The insights indicate that AI effective depends on the nature of the content and the level of adoption supplied by the faculty. Seventh, SOP, we have what insights do professors offer regarding the holistic integrations of AI in business instructions, considering technology, pedagogy, and content together. So team 7, fragmented but developed TPAC integrations. These teams reflect transitional stage in faculty adoptions. Instructors are experimenting with this team, reflect transitional stage in faculty, and AI, but full coordination integration is not yet widespread, highlighting gaps in both confidence and familiarity with AI technologies. Subteams such as coordinated integration, selective use, and confidence gap are the boon, and also the professional development. Team 7 reveals that AI TPAC integration is developing. While there are promising practices, broader professional development and structured support are necessary for consistent, effective, and responsible adoptions. Then last questions about, based from the findings, what framework can be proposed? Participants, narrative conversion, the needs for structured training, ethical guidelines, and discipline-specific applications. Defining support a formal AI TPAC enhancement program that includes policy development, pedagogical workshop, and assessment redesign. The institutional AI TPAC capability building framework is conceptual model designed to guide the integrations of AI tools in the business educations while ensuring alignment with technological content, knowledge, framework. So the conclusions of the study, BSBA professors generally perceive AI as supportive pedagogical tool that enhance teaching and learning, provided scaffolding for instructional tasks while maintaining the necessary of human oversight. Second, the use of AI among professors is uneven, ranging from frequent integrators to occasional users and non-users, reflecting varying levels of technology competence and familiarity. Third, AI integration positively impact classroom engagement and pedagogical strategies, but as also present risk to student critical thinking and interdependency. Then fourth, AI act as content expander, enabling rapid generations of examples, case studies, disciplinary content, particularly strategic and analytical subjects. However, its output requires careful validation, especially in rule-based or localized-based topic, to ensure accuracy and relevance. Fifth, while AI facilitates instructional innovation and efficiency, ethical and practical challenges such as plagiarism, over-reliance, and inconsistent adoption limit its full potential. Then six, AI demonstrate conditional alignment with business education, supporting dynamic and analytical disciplines like marketing, strategy, economics, and finance, while showing limitation in rule-based or localized subject. Then seventh, AI integration within the TPAC framework is fragmented but developing, with some professions demonstrating coordinated integrations while others adopt AI selectively or remain hesitant. Then lastly, effective and sustainable AI integration requires continuous professional development, including seminars, workshop, and institutional support. So that's it pa. So good afternoon to everyone. I am Dr. Raymond Bumagno, presenter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Magno, for your research entitled Teaching in the Age of AI, Insights in the Boon and Bean of the General Assisted Artificial Intelligence Tools Used in the Classroom. It is highly commendable, timely, relevant, and thought-provoking, exploring growing influence of artificial intelligence in education. This study effectively examines both opportunity and challenges associated with the use of artificial intelligence-assisted tools in classroom instruction, providing a balanced and critical perspective of one of the most transformative developments in contemporary education. This research is particularly significant in today's rapid evolving digital landscape, where educators and institutions continuously adapting to technological advancement. So by analyzing the benefits and limitations, your AI tools in teaching and learning, and the study contributes meaningfully in the discussion of innovations, ethics, academic integrity, instructional effectiveness, and futures of education. Now, we move on to the last but not the least. Okay, we have Ma'am Joey Balansag for her study entitled Exploring the Practices, Traditions, Beliefs, and Performance of Indigenous Peoples, a Cultural Study in the Division of Kabankalan. Oh, I'm sorry. It's sir pala. I thought it was madam who will present. Okay, take it away, sir.
Good afternoon, specifically to the facilitators, the reactors, and then thank you so much for giving this opportunity to present my research for this 4th International Summit on Educational Management and Emerging Technology. And I am also thanking my classmate before and my advisor for this research, because without her, I wasn't able to attend here to present this research entitled Exploring the Practices, Traditions, Beliefs, and Performance of Indigenous People, a Cultural Study in the Division of Kabankalan. And this study gets my attention because the IPs, as we know, they belong to the minority group and they face several challenges causing problems in the education. So I was already introduced and my co-author was already introduced. I am a master teacher too of Tanawa National High School, SDO Kabankalan City. And sorry. Next.
Okay, sige. That contains my abstract. And for the background of the study, the indigenous peoples are distinct social and cultural groups that share collective ancestral ties to the lands and natural resources where they live, occupy, or from which they have been displaced. This is according to World Bank 2022. These are exemplified in their language, art and craft, oral narratives, religion, dance, music, political, social, food, and economic activities passed from one generation to another generation. As stated in RA 8371, this law supports inclusivity of education among the IPs. The traditional lifestyle, beliefs, and customs of indigenous peoples are demonstrated in their way of life and their specific livelihood. So in the division of Kabankalan, there are no studies about the association of the performance of the indigenous people, particularly in the high school, in association to their practices, beliefs, and traditions. Okay, this study sought to determine the practices, traditions, and beliefs of indigenous people in the division of Kabankalan in order to determine their level of performance. So we focused on the performance of the IP teachers and the learners, if there is a significant association on their performance as to the practices, traditions, and beliefs. For the methodology, the study was conducted among the two groups of the IP, the Corolano, and then the Bukidnon tribes in Cabancalan City. I used 17 IP teachers and then 325 IP learners taken from the three main schools from District 5 of Cabancalan City. I used the sampling method, a total enumeration for the IP teachers since there are limited only number of IP teachers in the division of Cabancalan, and simple random sampling was utilized for the IP learners. The research instrument was self-made questionnaire. Then I had interview guides for a personal interview and focused group discussion to support the result of the study. Then for the statistical tools, I used the frequency count and percentage, mean, and Spearman rank. For the ethical consideration, we uphold ethical standards for confidentiality. Okay, this is now the result and discussion of the study as indicated in the table. So the results revealed that the indigenous people always practice the language. So we have two languages, the Bisaya and the Hiligaynon, as means of communication. So on the other hand, this practice, harana and balitaw, in courting women and compuso during fiesta and allowing early marriage among family members are seldom practiced. So it was gone already, but for the preservation, it was practiced in other manner. This implied that the indigenous peoples are also keeping up with the blend or the trend in the recent generation where courting process is already different. While this practices on marriage and courting is already seldom practiced, the use of local dialect still always in practice by the indigenous community. Still present. So here, the table T3 rather presented the practices of the indigenous people. So the results here revealed that engaging in farming as a source of living, use of Cebuano or Hiligaynon as a means of communication at home, in school, and in the community, practice traditional way of living are the practices being and relying on the expertise and effectiveness of traditional rather healing are the practices being always practiced by the indigenous people in the community. So this implied that IP learners have the same observation as that of the IP teachers and are still practicing the same practices. So this goes through with the practice of harana in courting women and allowing early marriages where students perceive it as not that acceptable to the society they belong in this generation. So I had explained that already. Nowadays, the younger generation are already adapted to the new way of living where all practices are not considered already. So with the trend of the new generation where technology is already very advanced and the younger generation has so many options available on the internet. So in our case, in Barangay Tanawan, at Barangay Tanawan rather, so it was done, tawag, Harana using walkie-talkie. Parang ganun siya. Okay. So, and then during the fiesta, during community activities. So, was what I said. So, next, please. Okay. Traditions of the indigenous people and division as perceived by the teachers. So, results show that the traditions of the indigenous peoples in the division of Kabankalan is rated by the IP teachers as 4.5, interpreted as always practiced. So this implied that the indigenous peoples are still practicing always on extending material and emotional support to the bereaved family, preparing variety of native foods during kalagalag, during pamalayo or kagon, during the deceased, in the family or public cemetery, sending exist foods for the relatives, visitors after occasions, leaving the body of the deceased in a casket, stay at home for days for viewing, and holding likud-likud. Only the homemade guitar and agong played during the different ceremonies to call the taglugar is seldom practiced by the indigents nowadays. Traditions of the indigenous people of division of Kabankalan as perceived by the learners. So our IP learners rated the practice of the tradition 4.50, interpreted as always practiced. This implied that the indigenous people are still practicing always on extending material and emotional support to the bereaved family, and the result are still the same with the IP teachers. The next slide, please. Okay, when it comes to the beliefs of the indigenous people in the division of Kabankalan as perceived by the teachers, the rating was 4.24, interpreted as frequently practiced. This implied that the indigenous people is still believing on food craving, o papanamkon where women crave for a particular food. The husband must go all the way to find whatever it is that will satisfy her desire, or she or the baby would suffer. Her cravings on fruits from the trees may affect plant to not to bear fruit the next season if she fails to get it. So the folk belief is that qualities of the food that the pregnant women crave for would be inherited by the child. Thus, the expectant mother must avoid seeing ugly people, pictures, and terrifying scenes. She must surround herself with a pleasant and a beautiful people for the baby to be so too. So for the beliefs of the IP learners, this is the result. It had 4.25 mean, interpreted as frequently practiced. The implication was that the younger generation of the IP learners are still practicing, though not always, but frequently practicing the beliefs, even in this new era where advanced technology is the new trend. Despite the advancements in science and technology, the young IP learners do still observe and are still practicing such beliefs as panamkon, lihi, faith healers, and padugo. This further reflects how influential are the elders of the community, where their words over the younger generation have still power of convincing them to give value to whatever beliefs being practiced by the community from generation to generation. So this also shows how the younger ones express their respect to their elders by simple respecting them with whatever they say and teach. Okay, performance of IP teachers in the division of Kabankalan. Based on IPCRF, the rating of the IP teachers was very satisfactory. So result of the performance of IP teachers is very conforming to what is expected from the department as reflected in the DepEd Order number 2 series of 2015, which embodies the guidelines on the result-based performance management system of the teachers. Okay. Performance of the IP learners in the division of Kabankalan. So results show that the level of performance of the IP learners is very satisfactory with a general average rating of 88.24. This implies that the learners are just doing well and perform very satisfactorily in consonance with the Ed Order number 8 series of 2015, the policy guidelines on classroom assessment for the K-12 basic education, where the Ed Order number 36 series of 2016 specified the grading system for the learners. So the table showed the result on it. So next, the association of the performance of the IP teachers with regards to their practices and beliefs. So using the Spearman rank, it can be noted that there is a low positive correlation between the performance and practices of teachers. This means that there is no association between the performance of teachers and their practices. So the result is 0.335 coefficient correlation. And then for the association of the performance of IP teachers with regards to the practices, traditions, and beliefs in the division of Kabankalan. On the other hand, it can be noted that there is an almost negligible correlation between the performance and traditions of teachers. This means that there is no association between the performance of teachers and their traditions. This reflects further that even though the IP teachers are still practicing whatever traditions they have, it was never a bad influence on their performance being teachers, as shown on the high performance they have. So their traditions remain being valued while performing great tasks in school well. Okay, association of the performance of IP teachers and the practices, traditions, and beliefs in the division of Kabankalan. Also, there is a low positive correlation between the performance and beliefs of teachers. This means that there is no significant association between the performance of teachers and the beliefs. So IP teachers, whatever their beliefs are as member of the IP community, performs very well, and their tasks as teachers without being affected by their beliefs. So here is the result or the association of the performance of IP learners and the practices, traditions, and beliefs in the division of Kabankalan. So as to the association of performance of IP learners and practices using Spearman rank, at 5% level of significance, it can be noted that a p-value of 0.436 indicates that the null hypothesis is not rejected. This means that there is no significant association between the performance of students and their practices. So this maybe the other factors affect that. Association, still on the association of the performance of the IP learners. Meanwhile, using Spearman rank at 5% level of significance, it can be noted that a p-value of 0.179 indicates that the null hypothesis is not rejected. This means that there is no significant association between the performance of students and their traditions. Thus, with the kind of traditions the IP learners have as members of the community, it does not affect badly or goodly their performance in school. Their traditions are kept being in practice while performing well in school. Also, using Spearman rank at 5% level of significance, it can be noted that a p-value of 0.012 indicates that the null hypothesis is rejected. This means that there is a significant association with the performance of students and their beliefs. Further, it can be concluded that there is a low negative association between these variables. As the performance increases, their belief tends to lessen. So as the learners have more knowledge, have more experiences on the lessons taken by the teacher in the class, they tend to get higher scores in quizzes and in their performances or performance tasks. Based on the significant findings, the researcher was able to conclude that the IP teachers and IP learners always and frequently preserve their cultural practices despite of the challenges in this modern generation. So however, some of the IPs couldn't recognize some of their culture and were unaware of their practices that in turn reflects their tribe identity. So here are the recommendations for the National Commission on Indigenous People. It should recognize, protect, and promote the rights of indigenous cultural communities as mandated by RAF 371 to create a program, project, and research that will address the needs of the IP because this supports inclusivity of the IP education in the Department of Education. So in number 2, educational institutions, if possible, should collaborate with the ICC, the local government in order to create programs that will strengthen the IP community for the preservation of the culture of the IPs. So their identity and their rights must be recognized and appreciated. Their privileges rather must be granted. So the Karonaro and the Bukidnon tribes, if possible, should collaborate with the school community to create agreement to strengthen the IP community through programs, projects, and activities for the preservation of their culture. The teachers should sustain the implementation of a program of the DepEd for the culture-based education of the IPs, specifically the IP teachers, because they play as an important agent in the facilitation of IP education. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Joey A. Balansag, for your study entitled Exploring Practices, Traditions, Beliefs, and Performance of Indigenous Peoples, a Cultural Study in the Division of Kabankalan. It is highly commendable. It's meaningful, culturally significant contribution to IP studies, education, and cultural preservation. This study is effective to highlight the rich heritage, tradition, belief system, and cultural performances of indigenous peoples, recognizing their vital role in preserving the identity, history, and community values of the division of Kabankalan. This research is particularly important in promoting cultural awareness, inclusivity, and respect to our IP communities in increasing globalized and modernized society. By documenting and examining indigenous practices and traditions, your study contributes in the preservation of cultural heritage while supporting culturally responsive education and social understanding. So thank you very much, Sir Joey Balansag. And now I am officially turning you over to our Master of Ceremony, Dr. Noreen. Thank you, ma'am.
So thank you, Doc Ann. And now we will now transition into the question and answer portion of today's program. So this is a valuable opportunity to us to engage directly with the researchers. So I encourage you to share your insights or seek clarification on the data presented. I am requesting the presenters, Mr. Joselito G.U., Sir Raymond Magno, and Sir Balansag to be here in front. Thank you. Sir, pwede naka-sit down, sir? Sir, pwede naka-sit down. So, we would like to ask any question from the audience.
Good afternoon po. This is just a clarification since one of the design that's very close to my heart is qualitative research. This question is for Dr. Magno. So may I ask Doc if what are the qualities of your respondents when it comes to your data gathering?
Okay, so thank you for the question. Most of the participants belong to the late stage. more on ano po, mga 60 and above. So that's why we just only gathered 9 participants since it is purposely selected. Then they are willing to be part of the of the study. Then teacher of the BSBA, particularly professional subjects.
This is doc for what do you call this? This is phenomenological.
Yes.
Then they are exposed with the use of AI.
Use of AI.
Particularly what kind of AI, doc?
Generated, assistive generated AI
Like
ChatGPT.
Okay. So they are also aware with the use of the different accounts.
Yeah.
In relations with.
So that's why there are results that medyo mahirap sa part nila since the age belongs to the latter part of the services. There's a hesitation with regards to the usage of AI. But yung mga medyo advanced, kaya pa naman magsumabay. So that the challenge is what I presented kanina.
So in terms of the practical limitation, it is subject for 9 respondents. But in terms of the penological, commonly that's the safest is 12. 12 to ano. Then at the same time, the kind of the product is somewhat kind of themes that is relations with, kasi medyo ano lang po ako, na-confuse lang po ako Doc, dun sa ano, it is a kind of grounded theory actually when it comes with the framework, because when it comes with the penological, it is somewhat that we could able to give an exposure since that we are talking about the live experiences, then how we able to address the subjectivity of the part ng experiences ng ating mga respondents. Yun lang naman po. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So another question from our participants.
I'd
Yes,
like to
Doc.
direct my question to Sir Balansag. I think you're engaged in qualitative study. Is this specifically ethnography study? Quantitative, and what type? Descriptive
Yes, sir.
correlation.
Descriptive correlation.
So is the intent of the researcher really to engage in a mixed method, or is just confined to qualitative study?
Mixed method. I had undergone a focus group discussion and an individual interview with the respondents.
Yeah.
The result was used to support the result of the study in quantitative context.
Yeah. So you did the quantitative first before interpreting the qualitative, and so on. Vice versa, it could be like that also in a mixed method. But I'm somewhat curious because at the end, we usually expect a procedural diagram or a meta-inference for that matter. So we would know what is the flow in the process. So that I am curious about. So maybe for the next thing around, maybe you could show a procedural diagram or a meta-inference so we can follow also what is going on at the end. Without really more of the explanation with the diagram itself, it is self-explanatory already. You can see how things were being presented and how they are being justified through the study. So this
Okay,
is a very good study, sir. Actually, you are giving voice to these IP people, Kabankalan. And that is very timely. We can hear voices from that group. That is just a sort of suggestion. Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. Congratulations to all of you for being courageous in presenting your study. My question is for Dr. Magno. In terms of pedagogical impact, how do AI assisted to change the traditional pedagogy? What adjustment must a teacher make to maintain the effective instructions?
Okay. Adjustment muna, ma'am.
Okay.
We cannot we cannot live alone. We cannot live without the technology.
Alright.
So teacher must adjust, used to you with the technology. Kasi kapag hindi, parang kasabihan lang natin, adjust or perish. So hindi na po tayo babalik sa dati, wherein mas advanced na nga po ngayon yung ginagamit natin na AI. Then teachers must utilize it thoughtfully, then with creative thinking. Not all, we have here the so-called data hallucination or citations, particularly in conducting research. For example, you ask in ChatGPT, provide citations with DOI from 2021 to 2025, then it will generate. However, when you click the certain DOI, it will generate XXX or link cannot be found. So please take note of that because hallucination lang po yun, gawa-gawa lang po ni ChatGPT, wherein it can lead, maybe it will lead to misinformation or disinformations of the data. Si teacher po dapat medyo critical in terms of that.
All right, thank you. Now, in terms of critical thinking, sabi ko nga, yung mga changes ng teachers in terms of effective instructions. Now, in terms of critical thinking, does the use of AI tools enhance the students' problem-solving skills?
Okay, based on the result, it lead to the tawag dito, bumaba yung critical thinking because of over-reliance with the data generated from the AI-assisted technology.
So naging dependent na yung
Naging
mga
dependent?
estudyante. Hindi na nag-iisip.
Yes, bumaba na po talaga siya.
So ano kaya sa tingin niyo yung impact nun sa knowledge and skills ng mga estudyante?
The policy, the institution must provide policy, establish policy with the use of AI. That's the only way that we can combat misinformation or disinformations, particularly in the instruction. So we cannot live, kasi meron tayong mga tawag dito. We have grammar checker, we have Killbot who can revise all. Sabihin lang ni student sa'yo, I use AI to paraphrase my sentence or my answer.
Yes.
Then that's it. You cannot
Totally copy.
tawag dito, hindi mo pwedeng i-zero yung bata. Kasi sabihin, I use AI for the for replacing, pero nung pala, generated totally from the AI. So kaya dapat, institution itself must provide policy pertaining to that.
Okay, with your intervention program.
Yes po, kasi pan-top management kailangan po talaga. Feedback. Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. So any more question from our participants, from the audience? Yes.
Like to direct my question to you, ma'am, Aranilia, because this is instrumental case study and there is this unique characteristic of a specific case. What sort of specific case were enumerated in the study?
There is only one case that is the subject of the study, which is why the Central Philippine State University became the champion of sustainable development in the internationalization. So that is the concept.
And then what was the findings, ma'am, out of that?
So the findings of this study, from vision of the Central Philippine State University, and now it became the replica of sustainable development, wherein the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals were at of course, the practice of the Central Philippine State University. But however, there are three, in the findings of this study, there are three United Nations Sustainable Development Goals that were not yet practiced. So that was SDG 3, which is the health and well-being of its members, then the SDG 6, which is the potable water and sanitation, and SDG 16, which is peace and justice.
Are there resident doctors in the area already, since this is addressing the health concern of the specific area in your study?
Yes, Doc. There are doctors.
Because I've heard from TV and from doctors in the outskirts that this is a problem, no? Because the lack of doctors in the outskirts or in the countryside.
Yes, Doc. But actually, Doc, Central Philippine State University has an internal doctor.
So this is a good study, ma'am, actually, because this is a case highlighting that kind of particular specific case.
Yes, Doc. As of 3 days or only this week, Central Philippine State University ranked number 74 in the world.
That is a good achievement, ma'am. Congratulations po.
Thank you very much, Doc. So thank you very much and congratulations to the presenters. So as we reach the conclusion of our formal presentations, we now move to the awards and certification ceremony to honor the exceptional contributions and scholarly rigor demonstrated throughout this conference. So we will begin by presenting the certificates of participation to all our presenters and followed by the announcement of the winners. Sir Chris? So the Dr. Joanne Christine Solon and also Dr. Lysel Pacheco, please assist the giving of certificates. So let me read the citation. Academia Research Lab, Certificate of Recognition is given to Dr. Annalyn S. Idiojola. This certificate recognizes and honors a session chair for your exceptional insights, profound expertise, and unwavering dedication to advancing knowledge and fostering innovation. Your address at the 4th International Summit on Educational Management and Emerging Technology, leaving a lasting impact and inspiring all participants. 10th, 11th May 2026 at Dr. Filimon C. Aguilar Memorial College of Las Piñas, Philippines. Thank you very much, Doc Ann. And for our presenters, the certificate of presentation is given to Sir Joey A. Balansac of Central Philippine State University, Philippines, on his research presentation in exploring the practices, traditions, beliefs, and performance of indigenous people, a cultural study. Congratulations, Sir Joey. So we would like also to give the certificate of presentation to Sir Joselito G. Yu, Dr. Filimon C. Aguilar Memorial College of Las Piñas, Philippines, on his research presentation on assessing the sustainability of educational seminars through college partnerships with local government agencies. Congratulations, Sir Yu. And another certificate of presentation is given to Dr. Raymond B. Magno of Dr. Philemon C. Aguilar Memorial College of Las Piñas, Philippines, on his research presentation on teaching in the age of AI, insights into the boon and bane of general assisted artificial intelligence tools used in the classroom. Congratulations, Sir Magno.
And last but definitely not the least presenter, a certificate of presentation is awarded to Dr. Mary Grace Noreen Leduna Haranilla for her paper titled From Vision to Internationalization, Integrating United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in a Public Higher Education Institution. Congratulations, Doc.
And so we have also a certificate of recognition to Dr. Maria Corazon C. Palomique. This certificate recognizes and honors as panel of reactor, acknowledging your dedication, expertise, and valuable contributions. Thank you very much, Doc. And another certificate of recognition to Dr. Lysel L. Pacheco as conference co-chair. And certificate of recognition for Dr. Philemon C. Aguilar Memorial College of Las Piñas, Philippines, for the active participation and outstanding contribution as co-host to fostering a culture of international research and collaboration among member organizations worldwide during the 4th International Summit on Educational Management and Emerging Technology. So we would also like to ask Dr. Harold Cristobal to be here with us in front. And another certificate of recognition to Central Philippine State University, Philippines, for the active participation and outstanding contributions as co-host to fostering a culture of international research and collaboration. Thank you very much, Central Philippine State University.
And of course, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Academia Research Lab, this Day 2 conference would not have been possible without the joyful and the very amazing moderator of the day. So I am honored to present the certificate of recognition to Dr. Mary Grace Noreen P. Leduna, recognizes and honors her as moderator for her exceptional insights, profound expertise, and unwavering commitment to advancing knowledge and fostering innovation during the 4th International Summit on Educational Management and Emerging Technology. So on behalf of Academia Research Lab, ma'am, thank you so much for accepting our invitation to serve as the moderator for the 4th ISEME Day 2. Let's give her a warm round of applause for such a job well done.
So thank you very much, everyone. And of course, the very gorgeous certificate of recognition is given to Mr. John Christopher Frias. Recognizes and honors for your exceptional insights, profound expertise, and unwavering commitment to advancing knowledge and fostering innovation as moderator. For day one. So, thank you very much, sir. And let's proceed. So let's proceed to the announcement of the Best Presenter and the Best Paper Awards. So for the Best Presenter, with the research title, Navigating the Path to Teaching Excellence, Challenges and Coping Strategies of Pre-Service Teachers in Developing Professional Competence, we have Best Presenter, Dr. Manilian L. Mananap of Central Philippine State University. And another for the best paper. So we have the Best Paper Award. Congratulations to the research paper titled Sport Experiences of Teacher Coaches as Levers for Advancing Contemporary Trends in Physical Education. Congratulations for the best paper, Sir Neil Carlo de la Cruz of Dr. Filimon C. Aguilar Memorial College of Las Piñas, Philippines. And we have another award, Young Scholar Award. For the Young Scholar Award, Miss Avilasha Mandal, Fast Learning Based Automated Scene Hyperlapse. So it should be the virtual presenter from India. So congratulations to our best presenter, best paper, and the Young Scholar Awards, and to all of us. So once again, congratulations everyone. So as we officially bring the 4th International Research Summit on Educational Management and Emerging Technology to a close, we extend our deepest gratitude to Dr. Filimon C. Aguilar Memorial College of Las Piñas, Philippines, and Central Philippine State University, Philippines. And also, we would like to extend our deepest gratitude to our keynote speakers, session chair, presenters, and participants for making this event at the city of Las Piñas a resounding success. So over the course of this summit, we have bridged the gap between traditional leadership and the digital frontier, fostering a community of practice that will undoubtedly shape the future of Philippines and international education. May the insights gained here serve as a catalyst for innovation in our respective institutions and inspire a continued commitment to academic excellence. We wish us all a safe journey home, and we look forward to seeing the transformative impact of our research in the days to come. The program is now officially adjourned, and I am Dr. Mary Grace Noreen Ponce Liduna Haralinia, your moderator from Central Philippine State University, Negros Occidental, Philippines. I welcome myself to the city of Las Piñas. So I say that may we value the time that we spent together. May we continue to walk in progress, and may we grasp it with both hands and to carry with us in the years still to come. So as the famous statement goes, and I quote, the world of the future, the world of the next century of the Academia Research Lab beckons to humankind with a new promise, and each one of us has a share of its fulfillment. Thank you very much. So let's have the photo opportunity.
Sa ano to? Sa labas ng... I'm requesting everyone to proceed here sa front. Then maybe our reactors, our conference chair, session chair can sit po dun sa sofa. Pwede po ba lahat po tayo group photo na po ito. Sa ano po, sa forward po para may tao po sa likod. Sige po, take the sample. Kayo po. Everyone po, join po tayo. Congratulations. Teka lang. 1, sa akin muna. 1, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3. Next. Time pa. 1, 2, 3. Diba po? 1, 2, 3. So.
Last one. 1, 2,
Game po. 1, 2, 3. Sige po. 1, 2, 3. Last one. 1, 2, 3. Thank you po. Yung gas tape na
Ay, sana. Thank you.
Lipat na rin para pantay nag-vote yung One, two, three. Ano po? 1, 2, 3. Last one po. 1, 2, 3. Okay po.
Wasa pag-ahon. Thank you.